Hello, and to whom this may concern. I um I was on earlier and had to pike out because I had to deal with some work-related stuff. So there was a bit of a break there. Hang on. I'm gonna regret this coffee. I'm telling you now. The other night when I was in my very thin sweater. What am I talking about the other night? It was last night. It was getting really toasty in here. It was warm. Hollow Knight was partly to blame for that, but I was getting kind of sweaty from how warm it's been getting in this room lately, this time of year. And now I'm in the Oodie, which is like wearing a fucking sheep wrapped around your body. And I'm having a coffee. So I think it's going to get toasty. I think it's going to get very toasty in here. Did I turn everything on? Yeah. Did not get my water though. So that's not cool. Fuck that up. I hate how often I forget that. Oh, that's miserable. Anyway, I skipped doing a Sunday hangout stream last week because I was stuck into the Ascent and I needed the entire weekend to polish that off. I was a bit back to back with streams, so the chill stream unfortunately couldn't happen. But now it's happening. We'll catch up a little bit. There's not really that much built up considering that we took a week off. Generally, I like to watch later tag on YouTube, random game and movie related stuff that I want to catch up on. And for a 2 week stint, it hasn't actually built up that much. It's been quiet lately. Barbenheimer has taken the thunder. No one's been announcing much. Whatever. There's a few big things that I missed out on that I've been really keen to check out. That I've been hanging on to. What is the oldest thing I've got on this list? 3 weeks ago? For some reason, I've accidentally tagged something that's 2 years old, and I'm not sure why. What the fuck? Okay, I'll come back to that. That was a mistake, but 1 month. Okay, there's an old one. 1 month again. Okay, I've got some things that have been on YouTube for about a month now that I've been dawdling on catching up to. Everything else is within like a week or two. So that's fair. Ah. Oh, a couple of things that people left for me to watch as well. Sham left me a link for what was it? Oh, a Raka Raka video they put out about the horror movie they just made, Talk to Me. I think it's like a mini doco made by them. A mini behind the scenes kind of thing, a BTS. I think that's what that is. And Genie left something not 2 weeks ago, but like 3 weeks ago, which I still haven't got around to. A video called Deadpool 3 will fail the same way X-Men Origins did, and apparently it's not as negative as that sounds. So I've been keen to see what that talks about. Yeah, I've actually been hanging on to that tab for a while. Because that was not even within the last 2 weeks. I think that was on one of the game streams that got dropped. So I bookmarked it, and I forgot about it for a couple of weeks. So I gotta catch up on that, man. Maybe I'll do the... Okay. I'm gonna check out the Raka Raka one first, because I'm curious. I used to watch a bunch of their YouTube videos. Their stunt stuff is really funny. In a kind of hectic way. Let's see. Where's my position? Mike? Sorry for banging that around. Boop boop. Yeah, this is gonna get kind of toasty tonight, I can tell. This is gonna suck. We'll see how long I can last before I sweat myself to death. Okay. I suppose we should do the Doom test to see if the sound works. You never know. Sometimes it loses connection with the Voice Meter Banana software. You have to like kick it in the balls to get it running again. Where is... Here it is. Kind of loud though. Oh, that's why. What the fuck? Why am I so loud? Okay, never mind. It's not on the stream end, it's on my end. For some reason my headphones are way louder than the than what the Elgato is sending through. Odd. It's alright though. Where is this racker thing? Here it is. How long? 13 minutes. Perfect for a horror movie. Perfect number.
Keep it straight. Keep the camera straight. Thank you.
I try to touch the sky. Man, I've been there once or
The funny thing is even as kids, I can hear the racker voice.
twice. Now I take shelter from their judging eyes. I feel them staring, they wonder why I'm sitting in the darkness. I'm just waiting for the sun to rise. I want some liquid courage, but the drink is spot. I try to put the pen to paper, but the ink is dry.
Oh, this is adorable.
I'm in the fight of my life every
Actually, them as
single
kids,
night. But now it ain't.
making
We
wrestling
don't lose,
videos
man,
and
it's single
homemade
fly.
movies.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've officially got their stunt accreditation now. To do this stuff legally, I mean.
Thank you so much, everyone. Rucka, rucka.
It's kind of an epic start to a video, I'm not gonna lie.
The Rack Boys, the channel's blacklisted.
Sorry we couldn't perform.
The Philippines have been busy producing a full-length horror film called Talk to Me.
We can do it for 5 minutes and keep the audience entertained, but can we do it over 90 to 100 minutes with a feature length?
It's a huge transition.
Here we go, guys. Let's make it a good one.
Dad, they always ask you, yo, Jay, where's it?
What's up?
Oh, yeah, we're scared to do it. We got the Sundance.
Ah. Left the one brother hanging.
Oh my god, yes. Dude, it was 100%. I knew you
Nice.
would.
We got into Sundance, the biggest film festival in America.
America.
What's up, squad? I know it's been a minute or a year. We've been busy making a movie, as you can see. If you don't know what Sundance is, there's this thing called the Big Five.
It sounded like his voice slipped into American accent for a second there.
And Sundance is one of them. Thousands of movies get submitted into Sundance every year. And the odds of getting in are like 0.5%. When they said that we got in, we're like... The idea of Sundance is to like expose you as a filmmaker and try and sell
Wonder where he
the
is
movie.
right now.
We're
I missed him
premiering at the
saying where it was.
Egyptian,
Oh.
which is like the iconic
Actually
theater
there
at
currently.
Sundance. This is make or break. This is all or nothing right now. If the movie's shit at Sundance, you'll get booed out of the fucking cinema and they throw eggs at you. Hey, stop! Win or lose, we're taking it with us. Let's fucking go! Amazing things are happening. Like for right now, in 1
I can never
minute,
tell
we're
the
about
two
to
of them
meet with
apart.
Atomic Monster, James Wan's company. They made the goddamn Conjuring movies. Oh, want to get us a big studio movie. We need a studio movie, all of us. Let's just like Chris. Let's just like Zoe.
Everybody and their mother has
Oh, the hand's there.
brought the movie up to me.
From the movie, I mean. I haven't seen it, but I remember the hand for the trailer.
That you guys are gonna have a pretty wild ride.
This is that DOP Aaron fucking McCliskey, and apparently we have present study.
We got one of those.
Oh my god, look, director.
Where's my stuff?
Yeah, Joe Bird.
I don't think Aaron's got one.
Oh, they must have saved it for important people. Let's go.
This is
Sweet.
the main crew, Aaron. Maybe you're in this.
Director, screenwriter, yeah, no.
actually kind of weird.
Aaron, no. He's pretending it doesn't bother him, but it does. Look.
So great. The cinematographer's on the other one?
Yeah, there is one.
What the hell?
Other films have the DOP, but ours don't for some reason.
Harsh.
Oh my god. Do the hand. Put the hand on.
This is the jacket we're giving to all the filmmakers.
I wonder if hanging out with Raka Raka would get exhausting after a bit. They're pretty high energy.
Yeah, exactly.
At a certain point, you just be like, man, lie down. I'm tired.
I mean, again, totally up to you.
And also, it's like interesting to see how you choose to create the scares. It's not like you could have used jump scares like in every third scene.
I love this man's accent.
Didn't. Nobody watching the movie would ever think, oh, this is their first film. Nobody would think that.
All of us have had no sleep
good
since we
compliment.
landed in America. Literally no sleep. This has been the only reason we've been able to keep up. Gamer Subs! Gamer Subs is the official sponsor to
They're already wrecking the hotel room at the place where they're staying.
We haven't worked for money in over
But I
a year
mean,
because we
it's a pretty
reinvested our
racket
fees.
thing to
We haven't
do.
been uploaded to YouTube. Gamer Subs is sponsoring us. They're helping us survive out here right now, guys. It's the only reason we've been able to keep awake. This was the Hollywood sign yesterday, and this is the Hollywood sign now.
I just realized there's a massive
Everywhere.
cross
Like,
below
even look
the
at that
Hollywood
building.
sign.
They've been on buses, billboards, posters. It's not like a normal
Good
energy
VFX.
drink where you get a with a big crash. It's more of a consistent energy, a more smooth one. Check out their stuff and
Love it how
back
in
to
just the most
video.
basic videos, they're still ramming it full of like
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
amateur After Effects stuff.
I just cut myself.
And I don't mean that
shaving
as a
and my eyes are
negative.
bleeding. Like it's been hours. It's so.
Just in a fun way, you know what I
all
mean?
these press interviews.
I know the full video is not written. It's so fucking embarrassing.
You're disgusting.
Talk a little bit about the casting process and what you were looking for from these actors.
Oh yeah, just to try and find the most genuine down.
What are the odds that would happen to your lip right before-
There was no debate in
right
my mind.
before
They
the,
were character straight away. We knew they'd stick.
The promo interviews.
Yes.
This is terrible.
That's harsh, man.
It's not working.
It actually is. It is. No, it's working.
It just looks like a wart now. Fuck.
Far away and I'm able to tell.
Yeah.
But they're doing close-ups.
Hi, Tara.
Did you notice?
Oh, that's an excellent improvement.
All right, we're at Sundance
What
right now.
was it?
doing our
Was it a
press
shaving
tour
nick or
for
was it a
film, so we're
zit?
meeting with a
I
bunch of
couldn't
different
tell.
places. There's a lot of free shit. So that's the main target of today, not to promote the film, but to garner as much free shit as possible.
We have 5 minutes down the hill. So
Let's go.
I wonder if this is all copyright music that they put in their videos. I don't think they really care anymore. I don't think Raka Raka ever cared about royalty-free versus copyright shit. I think they just put whatever music they want.
You're not in the movie.
I recognize her from something. What was she in? Yeah. That's gonna drive me crazy. I stand by what I said before. It would be exhausting to be hanging out with Raka Raka. At a certain point, you just be tired. No one's keeping up with that energy.
Alright, this is a crazy story. We grew up with about 12 kids around the same age, and our best friends, Tamani and John's older sister Nellie, helped raise us. She kept us away from trouble and always supported our filmmaking. We haven't seen her in over 10 years because she moved from Adelaide to Salt Lake City, where they hold the festival. And she always told us as kids that one day we'd make it to Sundance.
Nice. I thought their BTS would be really silly, but it's actually like kind of heartwarming. There's so many touching moments in this shit.
And it happened on your first film.
We haven't seen her in over 10 years, and our reunion is going to be at our premiere at Sundance. It's like a cliched fairy tale. Like if I
Cute.
saw the script
Also,
that
my
was
coffee's
written,
getting
I'd
cold.
say, the script's shit. It's unbelievable.
So how are you feeling about tonight's screening?
A little bit stressed out. It doesn't feel like it's just going to be a normal audience. There's so much hype around it from all these different companies, and so it's not like a normal audience just going in and being pleasantly surprised. They're going in like, oh, apparently this is amazing. Well, let's see what's so amazing about it. A24, all the people, Neon, Searchlight, critics, some fans, Sony, all these important people.
So
It's like, oh,
I know
shit,
for a
the
fact
that RES is
A24 are
coming.
the ones
It's
that picked
sort
up the
of
movie.
stressful and embarrassing,
Which
'cause
is the
I
one
still
that I
think
would
the
want to
film
pick up my
is
movie,
up to
to
scratch
be
from
honest.
the
Because
RES
A24 is dope.
We're not allowed in.
Wait, hold on. No. We'll try. I texted you. I said, you want a ticket? You fucking non-responding motherfucker. It's 11 p.m. We have 1 hour until the premiere. There it is. What is it? The historic Egyptian theater, sir.
Danny, Michael.
Go.
I didn't realize Sundance is so snowy.
We're gonna be back in 10
I don't know why I didn't know that.
When
I got here, I was like, so when's the fucking check happening? Everyone's like, oh yeah, the check. I
They
was
said, "Are you in the magazine?" No.
They're like, are you the line producer, Carly Maple?
And then when you go up, would it be just by 0.5? If it's 6.5,
We
we'll
do
up
0.5. We usually go by 0.5 every time.
Yeah.
I've heard whispers around the world about the Egyptian theatre.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this crazy place.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I'm so fucking nervous, bro.
Yeah, I'd be nervous to be screening at Sundance. A lot of the times, like what they said before wasn't actually exaggerating at all. Sundance audience can be kind of brutal. They will boo and walk out of movies. They take that shit seriously, man.
I'm so proud.
They're not there for your feelings.
I love you guys so much. Ladies and gentlemen.
I need to look up what she's in.
Wait, what did it say? This is a strange cold text, but this is Jordan Peele.
What?
Jordan Peele.
Guys, the reception for the movie
Text
has been
message from
fucking
Jordan
crazy.
Peele.
All these directors that we've grown up loving are like reaching out to us personally. Jordan Peele, Ari Aster, Steven Spielberg, Stephen King wants to watch a fucking movie. There's been like a crazy fucking bidding war between all these different film companies wanting to buy the movie. And we ended up signing to the most prestigious distributor.
Who? A24. Yeah. I couldn't be more happy for them.
It's hard to explain to you guys how hard it was to make this movie. We were initially going to do it with a big Hollywood studio, but their creative notes were just not aligned with ours. They wanted to make it a bit more typical.
And even things like filming in Australia.
I wonder what typical means in this context, because I want to see the movie and see what's different about it.
These are all things that just kind of sucked budget away.
We're so lucky that we had Causeway, our producers, to have our back. So even when we had to reinvest all our fees to make the movie happen, they did the exact same thing.
We threw the dice every step of the way with this film, so for it to get picked up by A24 was
insane. Yeah,
a dream come true.
I would lose my goddamn mind if A24 bought a movie I made.
2,000 screens, 2,000 screens in my house. Jeez, these guys are...
Wait, what the fuck?
I know!
Is that a Jordan Peele message?
Are you serious?
Are you serious?
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Holy shit.
What
the hell? That's actually
Oh man, they're actually crying. This is gonna kill
Wait,
me.
what the fuck? This is like the fucking craziest day of my life. I'm so proud of you guys.
Oh damn, man.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
What the fuck? So big. Oh god.
Like, what the hell's going on?
So overwhelming. It's an A24 film.
Do you understand how much your career is about to explode? You carried everything, and they all watched you for 90 minutes, and every review talks about you.
Imagine them calling your film being called an A24 film.
Well, guys, thanks for watching us cry for 2
God damn.
minutes.
A24 is planning to release the film, I think, in this summer, so come to the cinemas then to watch it then.
Thank you to Gamer Subs again. You saved our lives, and we are back on YouTube. We will see you very soon, Mr. Beast. We're coming. Oh no, you're done. Oh no.
Ain't this the hardest you ever heard?
I think I missed all the satirical beef with Mr. Beast. I haven't seen a lot of their videos recently. That was oh, that was adorable, man. I don't think I would ever call myself like a big Raka fan. Like, I follow their channel and I watched their videos. I mean, and I like them, but I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm a huge Raka fan. But I don't know. It just feels like I feel happy for them on the same level as if I was a big fan, like someone who would go to a convention or an expo to meet them. Like, it was actually like kind of heartbreaking those last couple of moments of them getting all the news and starting to tear up. Oh, it is getting hot in here. Jesus Christ. Thanks, coffee. You toasted me up. I'm gonna put this chair down one extra level for chill reasons. Pull it in. Ooh, okay. Yeah, now I really want to see that movie just to support, I think. But I haven't seen Barbie and Oppenheimer yet either, which means I might have to do the triple feature. Not Barbenheimer, but Talk to Me, Barbenheimer? Talk to Barbenheimer. Barbenheimer to me. I don't think those three movies can have their names combined comfortably. I think it's too many movies to watch in one day. Especially with Oppenheimer, that's a long movie. It's hard enough watching Barbie and Oppenheimer in one day, since Oppenheimer is almost 2 movies in length, and then you still have to watch Barbie. Try throwing a third movie in that list. You'll be there from like night to night. I think I'm gonna try and check it out though. Just because I feel happy for them. Like I really do want to support. Because I mean, the other thing is like, making money from screening a movie right now is tough because everyone's going to see those other 2 movies. Barbenheimer sessions are like selling out. So if you're a movie like theirs that's currently competing against that, it's good counter programming because it's horror and it's not like the other 2. So I think they'll do okay. But I think giving them any help they can get is probably still worthwhile. I don't actually know if it's showing right now or not. Maybe I'll look up after the stream what the release date's like in Australia, or the session times and shit. So right. Okay. Ooh, you know what? I saw another horror movie pop up just a second ago, right when I was pulling up that little rack of documentary about Talk to Me. Where is it? The Exorcist. Holy shit, there's a new Exorcist movie. I don't know if it's meant to be a remake or if it's a sequel or a prequel or a bullshit. What do they call this? Soft reboots? Maybe it's a soft reboot? I fucking hate those too. It's all a bunch of wankery. Alright, you know what? Not be negative if I haven't seen it. The Exorcist Believer. I think the word believer has been kind of ruined a little bit. Not just because of Justin Bieber and his documentary and all that stuff, but then Andy Samberg and Liliana did a spoof movie of stuff like that. God, I think it was called Never Stop, Never Stopping. And that type of stuff, just when I see words like believer, it makes me want to laugh. It just makes me think of that shit for some reason. They got Ellen Bernstein, the mom from the original Exorcist. I'll check it out. Okay, that's a pull. So maybe it is a sequel, because she'd be really old right now, so either she's making a cameo that you're supposed to only catch if you're a fan, or she's actually in it as the mum. As an old lady. Curious.
Good day. Hey, be home by dinner.
I love you.
That guy reminds me so much of Denzel Washington. Holy shit.
And here are your daughters, Angela and Catherine. It's about 7 hours ago, and that's the last information we have.
Catherine!
Angela?
If you can hear this, we love you. Please come home.
So little girls go missing, they come back possessed?
Hey, you found her? What are you and Catherine doing out there in those woods?
You were just walking and walking. That's all I remember.
Angela, can you tell your dad how long
This is gonna be a hard sell.
A few hours?
Baby, you've been gone 3 days.
I thought it was gonna be longer than that, to be honest. That would have been scary if it was like 3 weeks. I heard that.
What'd you say?
No, go back to the Exorcist theme on the piano.
I thought I heard you say something.
That was adorable.
Hey, baby.
They're gonna keep doing it, aren't they?
Okay.
Every other scene. Ready? Wait for it.
Whatever those girls went through brought something back.
Maybe I was wrong.
The body and the blood of Jesus Christ.
Nope, there it is. Holy shit, I was right. They're gonna tease that Exorcist theme right up to the end, I bet you. When the shit hits the fan, they're gonna go full piano.
Catherine.
body and the blood. The body and the blood. The body and the blood.
Catherine!
The body and the blood. The body and the blood.
Have you ever?
I'm starting to get annoyed by the piano now. I want to hear the full song.
Mommy?
No, but there are people out there who have.
Here we go, boy! I don't actually care about the movie anymore. I just want to hear the song.
Yes, more than I'd like.
I love that they hung on to the full song until she showed up.
I believe you can
The lady from the first movie.
Exorcism is a ritual. Every culture, every religion, they all use different methods. It's going to take all of them.
Wow, that was kind of corny.
Scared.
Now crack out all the exorcism weapons. That's actually kind of hilarious, though. If they had to bring out exorcist specialists, priests from every single culture, including like tribal African stuff, and have them all in one room doing all their rituals together, like a priest Avengers.
Is that Catherine's heartbeat?
They're beating in sync.
It's a cool detail. I don't know if it's scary though. Okay, the editing of the end of that trailer was dope. Holy shit. I think there's only two things I like about this trailer. The editing got real trippy at the end, and the piano piece from the original theme is awesome. What did I say before? Oh yeah, this is going to be a hard sell. 2 reasons. The obvious one, sequel to Exorcist, like bringing that shit back. I mean, how often does that shit work? It always turns out to be laughable when they try to resurrect classic shit like that. But, I mean, it could be good, regardless. The other problem, I'm a little bit tired of creepy kids in movies. I can't take them seriously anymore. It's always just some child whispering shit, or just acting weird, and you just kind of like, it's a child. Like, you just want to kind of backhand them. Like, stop being fucking creepy. Whack. Hi, Heroes fan. I'm not advocating for child abuse. I'm just saying a demon in the body of a little girl is not as scary as movies make it out to be. And it just kind of makes me laugh a little bit when they stand there whispering creepy shit. The demons are in here with us. And you're like, oh, shut up. If the demon pops out, I'll be like, oh, that's fucked up. But if you're just a little girl whispering creepy shit, I'm just like, I don't know if I can take this seriously. I could punt you out the window if you try to pull a knife on me. What can a demon do in the body of a child? Not much, except for be kind of stereotypically creepy and whispering stuff. Whispering the same stuff too. I found that the scripts for movies like these always put the same kind of dialogue into creepy kids' mouths. They're always whispering the same types of shit, and I think that's why I've gotten a bit bored of it. It's hard to make an exorcism movie. Like, The Conjuring and all those movies have kind of, like, wrung the well dry. Like, there's only so many times you can watch people acting funky because there's apparently a demon in their stomach or whatever the fuck's going on. And then people have to light candles and chant shit from the Bible, and then a chair floats, and then someone cries blood. And then, I don't know, a little old lady's head turns around backwards and says, "Your mother sucks cocks in hell," and you're like, oh shit. She's not even dead. How did you know? I don't know. Maybe, you know what would be an interesting challenge? Making a possession exorcism horror movie. You're a baby, you got no horror tolerance. I feel like that's good though. If you don't have horror tolerance, that means it works on you better, and you can actually enjoy it on the level that it's meant to be experienced. If you got too much horror tolerance, then the movies don't work at all. It's like a lot of horror movies just feel like an exercise in cool production design. Like the last horror movie I watched, I can't remember what it was. It was like probably a year and a half ago. It was probably one of the Conjuring sequels. It's like the entire movie, I was watching it like just like a film student appreciating the production design. Like the cool corridors of the house while they're sneaking around with a candle looking for the ghost, and the blue moonlight through the window and how it cuts light across the wall, and illuminates the grandfather clock. Like all that production design stuff is usually peak in horror. Because it has to be. You can't set the mood if your production design and lighting and all the visual motifs and mise en scene is not like A tier. So those movies are good for like looking at A tier cinematography, but I tend to start ignoring the actual movie. Like I'm not scared that the ghost might pop out. I'm more just like hoping it doesn't because I want to see like all the cool shots that they're getting, like the director and the DOP. That really cool. The Conjuring has this really cool tree in the backyard that's like amazing production design. I'm like, oh, that's a neat tree, but we're probably gonna have to go back to jump scares and oogity boogity shit in a second. And at a certain point, I'm just like, I don't know. That's why I like horror video games more. Like, movies have stopped working on me very well because it feels like I'm watching a movie with people acting stupid because they're possessed by a demon. So, but it just seems silly when they say stupid shit because the demon's trying to be a creeper. But when I'm playing a horror video game, it's different because at a horror video game, it's got all the benefits of the movie. It's got the sick production design and immersion factor, but you are the person in the game. So in that context, it still works on me because I am the dude in the situation and I actually have to do stuff and solve things and also keep myself alive. So then I get fully wrapped up in it because even if the game is not that good or if the graphics aren't that great, I can still immerse fully in the experience usually and actually cut it some slack because it's about how it plays and how immersive it is. So I can forgive a lot of flaws if I'm like into it. But yeah, if I'm just sitting watching a movie and it's just, actors being goofy and cool makeup with awesome production design, I'm just like, yeah, get a little bored. I like the ones that fuck around with the genre though. The satirical stuff. Like, did you ever see, was it called Ready or Not? That has the actress that looks like Margot Robbie in it. Where she gets married into that rich family that have a ritual where they have to play this hide and seek game where if they find her, they have to kill her because their family is cursed. And if they don't play that game, they all die because of some supernatural shit. But if they do play the game and they catch her, she dies. They have to catch and kill her. It's a kind of a weird concept, and it's kind of funny. Like the movie knows it's funny. Like it's tongue in cheek. Like it's kind of got a black sense of humor about the horror concept. So it's not trying to take itself too seriously and being all scary. Like it's gory, but it's regularly like really fucking funny. And I like that because I'm not going to get that scared anyway. So I'd prefer it if the movie just like fucked around with the concept and made it fun. Like there's literal comedy scenes in that movie where they try to like the grandma of the family will try to pull the shotgun on the chick as she runs and dives into the next room. And she misses and accidentally shoots one of the family's housemaids in the head and like headshots her. And they just kill one of their servants by accident. And everyone's like screaming like, oh fuck, you got Doris. Like that kind of stuff is like really dark, but it's actually played for laughs. Like you're meant to find it funny. And like that shit's just great, man. I love that. It's kind of like Cabin in the Woods as well. Remember Cabin in the Woods, which had Chris Hemsworth in it? It was partly written and produced by Joss Whedon, but directed by a mate of his that co-wrote it with him. That movie's very good because that movie's like about the horror genre. So it has a black sense of humor about it, but it's also like, rather than just trying to be a scary, serious movie, it's kind of like a deconstruction tribute to the horror genre in general, and it plays around with like all the stereotypes and the cliches in clever ways. And it goes batshit crazy at the end. The very end of the movie is insane. I can't really explain why because it's a huge spoiler. But like halfway through the movie, I was like, oh, you know what would be awesome to happen in this film? It's something that would never happen because like they wouldn't go that over the top. But it'd be so sweet if this happened. And then they actually do it at the end. The thing that you think would be so sweet if they actually did, but don't think they will. They do it. The movie goes all out. And I was like, my jaw's on the floor. I'm like, wow, they're fucking going for it, man. This is crazy. I do know people who don't like that movie. But I've noticed that all the people that don't like Cabin in the Woods are people that are big lovers of horror. And they don't really understand what that movie was trying to do. So they're holding the fact that it maybe doesn't work as a horror movie as much on a actually scary level against the movie. But I'm like, no, this is a movie made for you as a horror fan about horror. It's not trying to be as scary or scarier than the best horror. It's just like a clever tribute to being a fan of horror films. Like, you're holding the wrong thing against the movie. Anyway, I fucking went on for a tangent there. But, well, let's get rid of that shit. Oh, God, it is getting so toasty. At some point soon, I'm going to have to start using the aircon again. Which means I need to get it fixed. Okay, no more horror. I just wanted to see what that was all about, because of the Raka Raka BTS I just watched. What else? What else? Oh, that Gran Turismo movie got an official trailer too. I haven't seen that yet. I think I've seen the teaser and the first official trailer. I have not seen a second one. I mean, I don't know how much more of this movie they can show, to be honest.
You are in this race. Get in the fight. Yes, sir.
Please, movie studios, stop doing teasers in front of your trailers. I hate that first 5 seconds. It is such a spoiler. I don't know why they need it.
What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Oh, shut up! I'm not missing my race. Oh, I'm gonna puke. Don't pick up my dad's car.
That was a cool behind the car viewpoint just then. That one. That actually looks like the game. Cute.
Listen, son. You think you're gonna play a stupid video game about cars and you're gonna become a race car driver?
Yes.
All I ever wanted to do is be a racer. I'm doing it.
You know what's funny is that no parent can actually say that to their kid anymore because of what happened to this kid. Because this is based on a true story, the fact that he actually did play a video game and then became a professional, successful race car driver, it's purely off the his experience with the video game. Like, that ruined that argument for parents forever. And that's hilarious.
10 of you are the best Gran Turismo players.
That's never going to happen with a first-person shooter, though. Or at least I hope it doesn't.
Real cars.
This is insane. It's not going to work. The guys who race are elite athletes. Your kids are scrawny little gamer kids.
That's where you come in.
You think you can do the impossible.
I wonder how many
you can't.
pro gamers out there are actually fit, athletic body types. There's got to be some. Not every single gamer would be a weak nerd, you know what I mean? Someone out there is a big gamer but also goes to the gym every day. For sure.
I've raced this track 1,000 times in the game. Let me drive it my way.
That was actually pretty great.
I love it when they show the game HUD in the real world. It's a cool effect.
It's major leagues. The other drivers, your pit crew are going to hate you.
Much easier with a joystick, isn't it?
Shut up.
I can't see anything.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure if I can do this. Most people can't. I got a feeling you're not most people.
If I lose,
I mean, that's the thing about
more than just
real versus virtual.
So I'm not gonna quit.
There's a level of stakes that doesn't exist in the virtual world. Like, you can push it in a video game, because if anything goes wrong, there's nothing on the line.
You've raced it, what, like 1,000 times?
I think that's like
now you just gotta do it in real life.
the big differentiator is that in real life, pushing something to a limit that is that dangerous takes a certain level of balls that doesn't exist in a virtual environment, because no balls are required. I mean, I'm not just applying that to the idea of video game car racing versus real life car racing. Anything, like any version of something that exists in the real world versus in the virtual, that's always going to be the big differentiator, is the risk involved in doing it for real and like being able to push that line knowing what's at stake. I think that's a conversation most people don't usually have about that stuff, like video games versus real life. They always focus on the skill factor of like, if you do thing in game, can that apply to real world skill? It's not really the question anyone should be asking. It's, does the person who's only ever experienced exhibiting such skill in a virtual environment have the gumption, the balls to be able to push it that same way in a real life situation where the stakes are actually fucked up. Like where the actual top tier athlete level winning people are there because they're the kind of people that ride that line and have survived it up till now. It's like, I feel like that's why you don't see this kind of thing happen that often. Because most gamers are people that are chill, like mentality types that are used to being able to sit in a chair and like not deal with stakes ever. Like it's a very low pressure difference. It's crazy that there's only one major example of this ever being transcended, and that's this movie. Like I haven't heard of any, aside from the true story behind Gran Turismo, I haven't actually heard of this kind of thing ever happening like any other time. You don't see any like Call of Duty esports world level player getting themselves into a combat situation in Iraq and actually pulling their shit together and doing something crazy and becoming famous for it. Like it just doesn't exist. All I can think of is the only examples I can think of is cars and first-person shooters. There's got to be other examples I'm not thinking of right now. Sega Pro Bass Fishing. Can you fish in Sega Pro Bass Fishing on the Dreamcast with the actual real controller and translate that into real-world fishing prowess? There's a question. I have that, by the way. I have that game. I have a Dreamcast console, and I have that fishing rod controller. Maybe that can be my claim to fame. I become a famous pro bass fisher. And the big news story will be how I got my skills from the Sega Dreamcast. Maybe it'll resurrect Sega as a console manufacturer. I'll be the reason why we're getting a Dreamcast 2. Damn. I would die proud if that was my legacy, making that happen. That would be sweet, man. Anyway, that was fun. Pretty much got the same thing out of that I did the other two trailers. But I mean, we did see a bit more backstory. It was cool seeing the behind the car, almost video game cinematography of him like racing his shitty car around London before he became famous. Ooh. Speaking of real world video gaming stuff, there's a trailer for a documentary called FPS. I believe it's a documentary on first person shooters, like the genre throughout the years. That'd be a good time to springboard across to that, actually, after watching the Gran Turismo trailer. Check out the trailer for FPS, an upcoming documentary celebrating the FPS genre of games. Didn't really have to say of games. It was a bit unnecessary. Interviews and developed from developers who create iconic FPS games, industry experts including John Romero, Seamless Blackley of Ultima Underworld and System Shock. Okay. John Carmack, ID Software, Warren Spector. Wow. Cliff Bleszinski, the youngest person on the list. Okay, neat. $50 to watch a documentary is insane. Are you serious? Wait, it cost $50 to watch this video game documentary? Is that... what? Come on now. Wait. How can that be possible? I can't find a way to watch this. Hang on. Watch FPS first person shooter. Available for limited time only. It's a 4-hour plus celebration of the FPS genre. 4 hours? Are you fucking joking? That is not what I was looking to... I was looking for information of how to watch it. I didn't... Wait, okay. Digital release 31st of August. Shipping by 30th of September. Where's the price? Standard Blu-ray, $100. Whoa. Big box Blu-ray, $150. Digital, $49. Wow, they're not kidding. They weren't kidding at all. The cheapest option on this website is $49 US to watch a digital copy. but you get a desktop background. And you get to have a virtual premiere. You get to have a watch party on Twitch. Cool, I guess. Whoa. I don't want to buy it, sorry. That's insane, dude. I can't believe it's not even showing on streaming or anything. So, there's two collectors, $150 and $100 to get some extra shit with it. Does any of those extras include an actual, like, first-person shooter? Do you get a game with it? You do not. Oh, here's an even bigger collector's edition. $1,500 plus shipping. You couldn't have worked the shipping into that price? Sons of bitches. Associate producer credit on IMDb. Producer credit on the poster. In the credits, 2 tickets to the premiere. Okay, so that's like the actually become a producer level. With your name on the shit. Even though it's already been made. So really you're just giving the money to put your name on the thing for fun. $3,500 option. Oh my god. Okay, that's not associate producer. Now you're a full producer. That's the difference. Otherwise, it's exactly the same. How much more is this? That's $2,000 more to take the word associate away from the front of producer. And then the rest is exactly the same package. $6 grand. Okay. So oh shit. So for an extra $2,500 even more, knock it up to $6 grand. Not only you get to take associate off producer, you get to add executive onto producer. That's the only difference. You get to be an executive. That's insane, man. Come on. I'm a bit sus about this whole thing now. I still have to go watch the damn... trailer. But I don't know. This has raised a massive exclamation mark over the whole thing.
Are you serious? Like, this is insane.
The nature of the
This is
3D
giving me
world
nostalgia
has
butterflies,
dictated
though.
a new type of gameplay.
A step forward
That was
into
Descent.
a new technical level.
I used to play
Blew
Descent.
my mind that I actually got to be there, high level.
Oh my god. I couldn't have... As a child, I couldn't afford
the BFG.
Dark
You know what that
Forces.
stands for?
Big fucking gun.
Oh shit.
But I played the demo of Dark Forces like over and over again.
Quake was such a big revelation. It was amazing looking.
Originally, a lot more like a role-playing game.
Really? Oh, maybe in
Nintendo
development
says don't try
plan.
and do 3D first-person shooters. We kind of just ignored that.
We were doing things that no one had ever done before.
Okay, I'm intrigued. But I don't know if I'm 4 hours worth of intrigued.
Gaming. You were Duke, and he was a badass. We came up with a system of double kill, multi-kills.
When Half-Life came out, it changed everything.
It wasn't the story, it was the way the story was told.
We had something special with Halo. We had to build the greatest game ever.
We wanted to do something that felt alive and real. You are a part of it.
45 industry legends. Is this why it goes to 4 hours? Because I had to interview 45
Let's
people.
blow people's minds.
This is gonna be massive.
Does John Carmack have a lazy eye? I can't... I don't know if I'm just seeing it weird because of his glasses or the angle of the camera, but it looks like one of his eyes is looking in a different direction than the other. I'm not gonna lie, the box art is pretty sick. But the amount of money you'd have to spend to get all that stuff is kind of bullshit. Get your name in the credits. Just pay us an arm and a leg. It's a good way to end it. Duke Nukem whistling his own theme while taking a shit down an alien's neck. I remember that. I still own Duke Nukem 3D. The actual original fat PC box is on my shelf. It's the good stuff. Those are the days. I don't know what happened to my Descent box. I had a box for that too. Descent was very cool. I actually love Descent. I think it's because I never played anything like it at the time. I've played first-person shooters, but a 3D shooting game where you're in a craft that can actually move, rotate 360 degrees in space was a new thing when I played Descent. So that kind of blew my mind, and also made a lot of my friends motion sick that weren't used to any kind of FPS or 3D gaming. It's crazy to think now where the only times people get sick playing video games usually is like new VR stuff if you're not used to VR. But back then, people would play a first-person shooting game like Descent and would get sick from that, despite the fact that it's just shitty pixels. The sad thing is I don't think I'm going to be able to watch this because there's no way I can justify $50. And 4 hours is insane for a documentary. I don't really understand. Why don't they do it like a mini-series? They could have hooked up with HBO or Netflix and done like a short mini-series of like 4 to 6 episodes. And like chopped it up a little bit. Maybe even put a little bit more into it since they can do it episodic. So you can put even more content in and do even more episodes. Hell, have it go for 8 to 10 hours if you've got enough stuff to say. As long as it's episodic, you know what I mean? Otherwise, that's painful. I don't think I want to. Funnily enough, from watching a trailer for a documentary about FPSs, YouTube is related videoing me towards RoboCop. We've watched a teaser for RoboCop Rogue City on stream before, but I think this is some kind of BTS thing. Rogue City, the FPS that walks when others run. Oh, that's a good point. There's no fast movement if you're RoboCop. He just like casually walks through situations and shoots everything. I never thought of that when I watched the other trailers. That's actually a huge differentiator. Like, you can't make a regular first-person shooter where you sprint around, because that wouldn't be RoboCop. You'd actually have to find a way to make a game fun where you just walk slowly and blast things with, like, expert marksmanship. This needs a VR patch, make it happen. Actually, yes. I would like to play a RoboCop first-person shooter in VR. That would be pretty tight.
Dead or alive, you are coming with me.
When you think of RoboCop, you think of a one-man tank, a heavily armed and armored dealer of justice who patrols the streets of Detroit.
Actually, to be fair, when I think of RoboCop now, I think of him shooting that guy's dick off. That's the first place my mind goes for RoboCop nowadays.
Walking really slowly. Honestly, it's a surprise he ever makes it to the scene of a crime on time, given the pace he ambles along. It's even more of a surprise that RoboCop's methodical movement from the movies has made it into Rogue City, which is a first-person shooter, a genre traditionally dominated by games where speed and agility are key. To find out more about how RoboCop's tanky movements have been adapted to suit a video game, we spoke to RoboCop Rogue City's game director, Piotr Latocha, to discuss how Teon has designed an FPS that walks when others run.
I like that though. I feel like people are gonna roast the game for this, but I think that's a mad vibe.
Drop the gun, you are under arrest.
RoboCop's slow and precise movements are two crucial parts of his identity.
Why do they never shoot him in the mouth?
It was always the plan to make that an important part of the game.
No one ever seems to go for the mouth.
However, it meant rethinking the way the developer approached
shielded.
making a first-person shooter.
This was one of the biggest design challenges actually, to get that slow and heavy character into the game. He's kind of slow and tankish. We need to, you know, be true to the lore.
This actually feels like a game that needs to be
like super slow and super
like a Game
heavy.
Pass kind of release.
This character interesting. So the combat is
I don't feel like.
That was, I think, the biggest challenge.
I just don't feel like the game's going to sell that well.
Much of the
I
movement
have a
and
hunch.
agility you see in other shooters
I feel like
simply
this is exactly
isn't
the kind
in
of game
Rogue
that would
City,
benefit from
and
a
you
Game
need to
Pass deal.
rethink how you play an FPS when you play RoboCop for the first time.
He cannot do stealth or crouch. He can do all other things that are cool with this character. So, for example, breaching walls, throwing heavy enemies. So there's a lot of stuff that that the heavy character can do. But also we have a skill tree where you unlock some skills that are actually, some of them are active, and you can use some of them to expand on the gameplay as well.
Skill points are earned by completing quests and scanning objects scattered around Detroit as you work through the story, and can be spent upgrading RoboCop's many abilities. Rogue City bridges the gap between RoboCop 2 and 3, so RoboCop is already an established member of the Detroit Police Department and is kitted out with several abilities available from the outset. Some are lifted straight from the films, such as aiming down sights to scan and pinpoint the whereabouts of nearby hostiles. But
this
there are others that have been
video is actually
introduced to
selling
the
the game
game.
for me more
There's
than the
slow
trailers
motion,
did.
which obviously slows down time for a few seconds, giving you the edge when it comes to aiming at enemies. There's dash too, which gives a temporary speed boost, although still feels very much in keeping with the slow pace of the action.
Not running, but moving faster. So if you
I actually
move
love
faster
the,
into the enemies, they
heavy-duty
fall down.
handgun that
you can
RoboCop
also use
uses.
it to your advantage that they are knocked down.
It always looked
They're
and
not
felt
dead, but
chunky.
knocked down, then you can finish them
Like,
off.
it would
There are
actually
other abilities
knock
too.
the ass off
Shockwave
somebody you
works
shot in the
like
chest with that
basically
thing.
like a police flashbang, so you
Like,
can
that thing
stun
should
the
be able to,
enemies,
like,
but
blow
at the
someone's
end,
head
if
clean
you
off their neck.
upgrade it till the very end, it's deadly actually. So if you stun the enemies, they will fall down dead.
While some of these abilities stray from RoboCop's original blueprint in the movies, they don't feel out of place for the souped-up
wonder how much
cyborg.
damage you can take,
One element
because he
that's
seems to stand
completely
around and
authentic to
blast
the
people a
movies
lot
is RoboCop's
while
Auto
getting,
9
like,
machine pistol, which
destroyed.
he uses throughout the story. It's a powerful weapon, even at the beginning, but there are plenty of upgrades to unlock.
Like, it seems like you can tank a lot
It
of
was actually
damage.
one of the challenges because we wanted to keep the player using that Auto 9 because it's the iconic weapon. It's something that RoboCop does, so he uses it a lot.
Awesome. Headshot, arms, and then neck.
So it needs to be fun. It needs to feel powerful. We also used an upgrade system to upgrade the Auto 9. So as the game proceeds, you can make it stronger and stronger.
Examples of Auto 9 upgrades include reducing the recoil so it's more accurate, switching from burst fire to full auto, and explosive bullets. But even in its original setup, the Auto 9 has a large magazine and infinite ammo, so it makes light work of the enemies during the opening levels of the game. But there is an element of strategy, despite its
I kind of
power.
feel like I just want to
When you
use
run
that
out of
gun.
ammo, you need to reload or just
looks like it
run
feels
into the guys
satisfying to
and
blast with.
punch them.
And when RoboCop's
Blast
punch can
meatbags with.
smash through skulls, it's a pretty handy backup if the ammo counter clicks 0. There will also be times when an alternate weapon makes more sense.
We wanted to give some variety, so we have some sidearms that you can use, but you cannot carry them from level to level or from chapter to chapter, but you can just pick them up, play with them, use them in different situations.
Despite this focus on aggression, developer
I
Talon
don't
always
necessarily
wanted
wanna
RoboCop
use
Rogue City to be
Uzis
more than just
or-
another
or,
FPS.
machine
This
guns.
was actually really important to us, that it's not only an FPS
I want the
shooter,
auto
but it's
pistol
much
and I
more
want
than
the-
that,
this
and,
stuff.
we wanted to build
The
on all
forensic
the
detective work
RPG
looks dope.
elements, so for example like dialogue choices, dialogue trees, and those skills actually help you to solve some things in different ways. Psychology sometimes lets you talk someone to do something without using violence, or you can use skills like, for example, engineering can help you to also unlock a dialogue option that will help you talk out
This
to someone
RPG
to do
elements,
something.
why?
It seems there is still a man behind the mask then, and that RoboCop Rogue City will require you
I
to
want the
use your
charisma stat.
brains as much as the trigger
I
finger.
want 100%
Well,
speech.
Almost.
I want to talk people down, so I don't have to blast them. And then you blast them anyway.
If you like this video, check
Gotta
out
set
our
an example.
RoboCop Rogue City hands-on preview, or the game's latest trailer.
Cool. I'm glad I watched that. I wasn't as excited until I watched it because the trailers for that tend to make you kind of lukewarm. It looks okay, but it also looks like throwaway, cheap FPS trash that you'd see for sale on Steam all the time for like $5. But like that actually sold me. There's stuff in there that I'm actually pretty stoked for. I think people are having the same reactions in the comments. There's a lot of, all right, this actually looked pretty cool. Hey, that looks cool. If he's a walking battle tank, makes sense. Auto aim at its highest for the true RoboCop immersion experience. I don't really understand the thing he said about the light RPG elements when he said like the engineering skill could give you better dialogue options. Like that kind of came out of nowhere and I think was underexplained. But I mean, more gameplay mechanics, sure. If it's more than just blasting people, then I'm happy. I'm happy with that. I tend to get more excited for games the more you can put other things in the game that's not just stabbing or shooting stuff. Because all games are about shooting and stabbing shit, and I get kind of tired of it. So if you tell me that your game also has farming and power washing of a van or a dating element, I'm just like, yeah, bring it on, more shit. But put the weird shit in. I need more to do. Okay. Well, that's excellent. I'm so glad for that. It's probably not going to get too many converts that are already not feeling yet another FPS, but whatever. Something new. At least they're being kind of original with it. Okay. Let's jump on that video that Jeannie gave me a while back. The Deadpool one, because I'm still very curious about what this is about. This is a kind of a long one. This is almost 20 minutes. But with a title like Deadpool 3 is going to fail like X-Men Origins Wolverine did, that is a bit of a clickbaity title for something that's not meant to be that negative. So I really want to see what that's all about.
So do you remember X-Men Origins Wolverine? Yeah, the bad one.
Would you like a bucket?
So you might not remember this, but at the time, that full movie was leaked online like a full month and a half before it premiered in theaters. And it just got completely eviscerated by everyone to the point where Hugh Jackman almost quit being Wolverine. A thing that not even the beautiful cinematic death of the character could do, apparently.
Hey, Hugh, you want to play Wolverine one more time?
Yeah, sure, Ryan.
His exact quote in regards to the
that video gets flagged by YouTube a lot because it has a Wham song in it.
And I'm not joking. Quote, I don't
Happened
know what else to do. I don't know where to go. Oh my God, Hugh, are you okay? Do you need a hug? Has anyone checked on you since your Music Man revival failed last year? We should do that. We should send someone to go check on Hugh, please. This movie was supposed to kickstart an entire new franchise of movies, right? Like they were so confident they titled it X-Men Origins: Wolverine, as if you could expect to see more X-Men Origins: movies in the future, and that was the plan. I believe the next one that was
the Magneto one. I remember
X-Men
that.
Origins: Magneto.
And then they were going to do.
Never got that. I mean, we got most of his origin in X-Men
First
Class.
Gambit
I don't
as
know
well.
how much I would do different about that, but we were supposed to get even more of these movies, but we didn't because this first try was just so truly awful. Imagine calling your shot so boldly, then whiffing it so hilariously right off the bat.
Isn't this exactly what the Mummy did?
And everything else you had on deck. Didn't mean
For
for there to be so
Universal's
many
Dark
baseball idioms
Universe?
in that last sentence. Really came out of left field, you could say. I'm throwing curveballs at ya, which actually might be appropriate because the failure of X-Men Origins Wolverine happened because of a strike, a writer's strike. Specifically, the writer's strike from 2007, even more specifically. That previous writer's strike led to a ton of terrible movies and shows
really nice
of that
lighting,
era,
actually.
And honestly, good. Writers are
I was just
critical components for storytelling.
admiring his
that was only
mise-en-scene.
proven by the fact that Transformers 2 exists. That's not to say that bad movies can't exist even when writers are properly paid. I mean, the other Transformers movies also exist. But X-Men Origins Wolverine is a fun example to dissect, like a little mutant experiment, not just because they sewed Deadpool's mouth shut, unintentionally creating a hilarious visual metaphor for how they were responding to the writer's strike. Don't let Deadpool talk, okay? We didn't hire any writers for this part. But also because it's a movie that starred Wolverine and Deadpool that was filmed during one writer's strike, and now there's another movie starring Deadpool and Wolverine being filmed during a new writer's strike.
That is
and instead of taking
an
a rain check,
absolutely
which is another
bizarre
baseball
coincidence.
reference, they're going ahead to just continue
That's actually
production
scary,
on
man.
the movie, which could be an even
That's
worse
super
idea
scary.
than when they did it the first time. Let me explain. This video is sponsored by Ground News. Stick around until the end of the video to learn about a sale they're having for just the next 7 days.
No, I'm
the
good.
year was 2004. A young David Benioff wrote the original script for X-Men Origins Wolverine. I say young, how old was he? What's 2004 minus 1970?
What did Benioff do again?
It's 34.
Okay, so he was still older
I know
than
that name.
currently am. That makes me feel, I don't know if that makes me feel better or worse. Age means nothing, you can do anything at any time. Hope this guy's doing okay. Hope he didn't co-ruin a beloved franchise.
Oh, Game of Thrones. Yep. It just caught up to me just
solo
then.
Wolverine movie for like 3 years
They
before
threw
it was
away Game
officially
of Thrones
hired
because they
on,
thought
and
they were
then
going to be
it
able
took
to
them
get another
2 years
franchise.
to actually write the script. Wait
They
a
were
minute,
jumping
I
on
hear you
Star
asking.
Wars.
So they actually
So
did have
they
a script
phoned
for
in
this
Game of
movie.
Thrones because they
had
were
a
excited about
writer
Star Wars.
for this movie.
And then Game of
how was
Thrones
it
is so
impacted
bad
by
that
the
they
writer's
didn't even
strike?
get
A
Star
lot
Wars
of
in the end.
ways. The script was impacted in a lot of ways
Karma.
by the writer's strike. The first of which is that it was completely rushed. The writing was on the wall for a while that the WGA was going to go on strike. So a lot of studios tried to get ahead of this strike and really rush out projects that were either close to being done or just anything that they could so that they could continue to make money for the following couple years. One of my favorite examples is G.I. Joe Rise of Cobra.
Yo, Joe!
I feel like this movie was similar to Transformers
Really?
in that they really wanted it to launch an entire cinematic franchise. But the first movie was just not good. It just wasn't good.
Also,
Remember
it had
how
a
the
scene in the
climax
middle
of
that
the
made no
movie
sense
involved
because it was from
G.I.
a
Joe
different movie
shooting
that they
big
shoved in
chunks
the
of ice
script.
that would then sink
The
in
accelerator suit
water
scene.
to destroy Cobra's underwater base. How ice sinks in water. Probably could have had a writer tackle that ending, give it a second pass. And like, people have come
Never
to this
even thought
movie's
of it.
defense by saying like maybe there was a lot of heavy metal infrastructure in the ice chunks and that's what caused it to sink. That's one, I don't care, right? That is just one part of the movie that I could critique. The whole thing is bad. And even still, G.I. Joe had a full script, which is more than what you could say for other movies at the time, but it was rushed to beat the writer's strike. And the same thing happened with X-Men Origins Wolverine. Well, kind of. Wolverine had more of an incomplete screenplay, and it did start production, principal photography, before the screenplay was even finished. But I thought the Game of Thrones guy spent like 3 years writing it. How is it incomplete? You'd never believe it. It's a shock to everybody, but the studio interfered a lot. By the time they did start filming, the original
that's what
script
happens
was
8 out of 10
basically
times, isn't it?
just scrapped. The original
It's
script was
always
said
the
to be a lot
fucking
darker
studio.
and more character-driven. It had a more complex portrayal of Wolverine's
Everyone thinks
past
they're a writer.
relationships and all of the trauma that he's gone through, living all this time and causing pain to so many people. But what sounds like what happened is that the studio executives knew that they weren't going to have many big blockbuster movies for the next couple of years, so they didn't really want this darker, subtly toned, like introspective piece about Wolverine. They wanted an action-packed, like adventure action movie. They
if
wanted
the
it to be
Wolverine
like a
project didn't
capital S
fuck up,
superhero movie. It's
we would have
fun,
got a
it's for
pretty
the whole
sweet
family,
Magneto movie.
It's got jokes and wacky stunts, and this led to
It would
extensive
have been that
rewrites of the
scene
original screenplay, a
from
ton
First Class
of reshoots, and just overall
where Fassbender
way
is
more
hunting
notes
Nazis.
from the
We would have got a whole
studio
movie like that. It would have been so
fought with
good.
the vision of everyone else involved. So I mentioned the dialogue before, and when you compare and contrast the original script with what we got, almost none of the dialogue is the same, and instead it's replaced by like cheesy 80s action flick type quips.
Didn't sign up for this.
Having fun yet?
Do shooting first, asking questions later.
Look what the cat dragged in.
I come with you. I'm coming for blood.
For some reason, that's the vibe that the
Did he
studio
have to spell
wanted.
coming like
Presumably,
that?
again, because they wanted that like big summer blockbuster.
Turned
the studio
X-Men Origins
executives
Wolverine
aren't
into a gay porno.
writers, and they thought that a big summer
It
movie
would have made a good
needs
one,
to be
though.
akin to
Reynolds,
an over-the-top 80s
Sabretooth,
movie,
Logan.
like the 80s movie Over the Top.
The world has always bet against Lincoln Hawks.
Is a
Oh,
movie
damn.
about arm wrestling. It's pretty fun. In fact,
That
I
is a
looked
pretty
this
cool
up.
movie,
The
though.
second unit director for X-Men Origins Wolverine also worked on a bunch of 80s action flicks like Batman, Superman 2, Rambo First Blood Part 2. Yeah, a lot of twos in here. Guess that's what it means to be a second unit director. No, it usually means you're in charge of stunts and action
Hey-o.
sequences. So you know that this guy had to make Wolverine ride a motorcycle into a helicopter. Hell yeah, dude. And have
Damn, those-
Deadpool cut a bullet
I'm
in
always
half in
surprised by
slow
how
motion.
dodgy the
Okay.
VFX in this movie were.
People are dead.
Look, I'm literally a millennial, and even I cringe whenever I see anyone do the whole, like, so that happened. I mean, is that seriously the best quip they could come up with? Yes.
I
You
mean,
see,
I like that
probably
quip.
the biggest
I don't know why
departure
he's
from the
ripping on
original
that moment.
screenplay versus
Ryan
the
Reynolds
movie that
saying,
we
"Okay,
actually
people are
got
dead,"
is that Deadpool
after doing his
wasn't
job was actually pretty
supposed
funny to
be
me.
in this movie. He wasn't in it at all, and neither were the other distracting cameos like Gambit or Professor X or Cyclops, which took up a bunch
That
of the movie
Professor
for some
X
reason. I mean, why not just wait
CGI
for X-Men
or
Origins
whatever the fuck was going on
Cyclops?
there,
Don't spoil
makeup.
me so soon. Tell me already full from
Was
good
trippy.
content. I believe that was the initial plan, though. All these characters were added in to be like last-minute setups for future X-Men Origins : movies, and we know how that turned out. I don't even think this movie was originally supposed to be called X-Men Origins Wolverine. The director of this movie, Gavin Hood, said in an interview a while
bad
back
for Gavin
that
Hood,
the
though.
title of this movie that he was in the middle of directing was changed on him without any warning or notice. The story goes that they were late into production, and then suddenly
Like,
Hugh
Gavin
Jackman
Wood
pulls
had
them
made some
aside
good movies
and
before
shows him
that.
the IMDb page for the movie they're currently filming, and he says, "Kevin, why is this movie called X-Men Origins Wolverine now? I didn't know that's what the name of the movie we were making was gonna be." I'm sure that Trident accent was offensive to everyone. Is it safe to say everyone disliked that? So basically, the only writers they had in production were the studio execs who were constantly changing how the movie should be, from the title to the script to even the actors they should use, without actually communicating any of that with the director. And when Deadpool was added to this movie extremely late, they didn't have any lines written for him because the script never included him in the first place. And to make things worse, he's a comedic character, right? You can write cheesy action movie dialogue if you just have some random nobody character in the background, whatever. But you're supposed to write jokes for this guy, and nobody wrote jokes for him. Ryan Reynolds would later say that the only thing written on the script about Deadpool was, quote, "Deadpool shows up, talks really fast, and makes a lot of jokes." Yeah, we'll just think of some jokes later.
Oh my God.
How hard could that be?
Okay. People are dead.
Yeah, so that was
I
improvised.
like that moment. I don't know why I
because
keep
it
ripping
had
on
to
that
be.
moment.
Same with every other line that Deadpool said in this movie. It was all improv. And you know what? Honestly, props to Ryan Reynolds for at least trying here. He only had like one action sequence in this movie where he was able to give Wade some personality of the comic book character, and it wasn't perfect, but you know, it's in the right ballpark.
Thank you, sir. You look really nice today. It's the green. Brings out the seriousness in your eyes.
Oh my God, you ever shut up, pal?
No, not when I'm awake.
He didn't even want to do this version of the character, but the studio execs said that they didn't have the budget to do the full costume of Deadpool and to like portray his powers
Man, that
accurately,
Deadpool
I
movie's
guess. Which is odd.
budget was really small.
Because you'd think that they could just repurpose the money that they weren't spending on writers. Drew Gooden posted a Gooden video about this recently, but most people don't realize that writing doesn't stop when you
Wolverine
hand over
Origins,
the
I'm pretty
screenplay. If
sure,
there's
was a
joke
much
that
bigger
doesn't
budget
land or
movie
a
than
comment that
Deadpool,
doesn't work
the
because of the way that
eventual
set
Deadpool
is
movie.
dressed, or a
So them
prop
whining that they
looks
can't even do a
different
costume
in person
is
than it was
ridiculous.
written on the page. You need someone there on set in production who can write new lines, who can tweak the script to make it work with how things are in actuality. So even though parts of the screenplay were written, it wasn't finished before they started production, and they didn't have anyone on set to spitball ideas for rewrites or even jokes for a character who is supposed to be funny. Which is why it was easier for them to literally sew his mouth shut at the end of the movie so they would have a built-in excuse for not having to write anymore.
Yeah, Stryker finally figured out how to shut you up.
Pain.
And I
This
can't
gives me
stress
nothing but
this enough.
pain.
The original script never had Deadpool in it. He was added in by the studio execs. They caused their own problem. It was their own fault for
Yeah, if
introducing
they can't
a
do a
notoriously
thing, why
quick-witted comic book character
do
to
it?
this script without any plans to
It
write
seems
anything
obvious to say
for
out
him.
loud, but
So their solution was to give him the Black Bolt special.
You didn't have that mouth on you, Wade. You'd be the perfect soldier.
The saving grace here
Yikes.
is that Ryan Reynolds just has so much natural charisma, and he's a pretty good improviser.
People are dead.
Sometimes. However,
stop riffing on
they're
that line.
actually not allowed to rely on his talents.
I like that line.
For Deadpool 3. You see, Ryan Reynolds is a bit more hands-on with the Deadpool franchise than he was with X-Men Origins Wolverine. He was just an actor there. But for Deadpool 3, he's not only the star, he's also a producer and a co-writer. Now, not to get too inside baseball for you, but according to Section 12 of the Writers Guild of America's 2023 official strike rules, the strike that's going on right now as they're filming Deadpool 3, Mr. Reynolds is not allowed to improv or change any of the script in any way. It doesn't actually call
Yikes.
him out specifically in the rules. That would be wild if it did. No movies written by AI, better royalties for streaming services, and don't you dare let Ryan Reynolds anywhere near a movie set. We haven't forgotten about the Nines.
What's wrong with the Nines?
How many times should the number 9 come up?
Basically, Section 12 of the strike
I mean,
rules talks about how
I haven't watched it in a long time, but I remember liking it.
capacity roles on a movie set, like a writer producer,
Elizabeth McCarthy's in
or
that movie,
a writer
actually.
performer, are
She's
prohibited from
pretty good.
performing any writing
She's good in
services
dramas.
during the strike.
I've
But
always
the ones
said
that
this.
stick out to me are
She's a good
these
actress.
casual minor adjustments in dialogue or narration
Even if her
made
comedies
prior
are
or
not always
during the
great.
period of principal photography. So literally no writing any part of the script or improvising on set. Changes in technical or stage directions. That means no physical comedy improv. Stick to what's written on the page. And instructions, directions, or suggestions, whether oral or written, made to a writer regarding story
Jesus
or
Christ.
screenplay. Don't think you can get around these rules by telling non-union writers about your ideas and improvements for the story,
horrifying.
okay? And then having them pretend it was their idea all along? No, 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 no. Now, I presume that the script for Deadpool 3 is in much better shape than X-Men Origins Wolverine was before it started going into production, and that they have more lines written for Deadpool than X-Men Origins 0 lines did. So it's not like it's necessary for Ryan Reynolds to show up and improvise, or else there would be no movie. But now they're basically beholden to what is written on the page, with no room or freedom to play with it a little bit. And again, I want to stress, in case it wasn't clear, I fully 100% support the writer's strike that's happening right now, especially with the decades-long rise of streaming services and this current boom of
I wonder if that was a
generative
choice
AI
to
and
have
large language
the button
models that is,
T
like,
with
threatening
the
to take creative
top
jobs
two
away
buttons
from
undone,
creative
showing a bit of
people.
chest
Sort of
hair.
a hot take, but I think technology is better served to relieve people of dangerous jobs
sort of
and
like
unfulfilling labor. But that alone is probably a
an
bigger discussion
alarmingly
than pay
sexier
writers
choice
better, which again,
than
I agree.
required
I just sometimes feel
for
like
a
I'm not
video
allowed
like
to
this.
talk about current events without also tying it in with a superhero.
Is he going for the
thing.
bear
You may
look?
have heard about the writer's strike, but that's boring. But what if it impacts Deadpool 3? Oh no!
Oh, Deadpool's toy is much bigger than Wolverine's toy.
Does this bit feel mean-spirited? I'm sorry. A strike is supposed to be disruptive. That's the point. So if Deadpool 3 is Ryan Reynolds' last time playing this character, as he claims it will be, and he even managed to drag Hugh Jackman back to the claws despite everything, despite a beautiful ending to his portrayal of that character already existing, then it would be really disappointing and sad to have this movie flop and leave these characters and these portrayals of these characters on such a sour note. But much
It is
like
pretty
X-Men
scary, man.
Origins Wolverine,
I'm worried now.
it could serve as a great example of how important writers are. Fingers crossed, they knock it out of the park.
No, I'm miserable now.
So as I was finishing up this video,
I
I
can't
had
laugh
one
anymore.
final
I'm
thought
sad.
that I wanted to say.
Is that a
As I do more
DJI
of these
mic on
shorter
his
videos reacting to current events,
shirt?
I have to dig through a lot of online publications, and a lot of them
Interesting.
I'm not super familiar with. As I was trying to
Never
find
seen one of
articles
those
about the
before.
writer's strike, for example, I didn't really know what a
It's
source's
sleek.
bias might be without digging through their entire website. And I've broken way too many computers that way. Thankfully, today's sponsor, Ground News, makes it easy to compare
Oh, there's
news
the sponsor
sources, read
segment.
between the lines of media bias, and break free from algorithms. And you can try it out right now by going
Well, if I had a nickel for every time a Wolverine Deadpool movie was forced through production during a writer's strike, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice. Yes. That's hilarious. Oh, good. People in the comments agree with me about the People Are Dead line. To be completely honest, I liked the okay, People Are Dead line. It works for Deadpool. True. Yep. Perfect Deadpool line. See, some people are saying like the line's good, maybe the delivery could be better. I even like the delivery. It's kind of just sort of a shrug of like a, all right, I did the thing that you wanted me to do. I did my job. What next? Like just a very neutral kind of thing. People are dead. It's a pool of dead people out there. Almost like a dead pool. See? The jokes could have been much worse. I will die by the fact that that was actually a good line and a good moment from Ryan. I don't know what's his name? NerdSync. I don't know what NerdSync's issue with it was. He seemed to really harp on that one bit. But, you know, respectably disagree. How about that? Well, that was interesting. That wasn't as, like I was told, it wasn't as negative as what the title might lead you to believe, which is a bit clickbaity, but it has got me worried now because there's a bit too many connections between this and Origins for comfort. And I don't want this stuff to go in that direction because that's scary. We don't want Deadpool 3 to be bad. Please God. Okay. Since that was very Disney, Marvel, comic superhero related, anything that's in that vein that I need to catch up on? Yes. There's finally a trailer for Loki season 2. Hello. Awesome. I really want to know what season 2 is going to be all about. Out of all the Disney Marvel properties currently in circulation, Loki's season 2 is one of the most question marky ones of like, what's actually going to go on here? Like, where's this going to go? Because the first season went somewhere pretty, what's the word? Alarming. And kind of changed the entire status quo of the universe. So I'm kind of stoked to see what this is about.
Oodie?
Weird start.
Hello?
Oddly non-fanfare-ish start to a trailer.
Mobius! Wow!
Oh my god.
Great to see you again.
It's short round.
That's what's been happening.
Adult short round.
Time slipping.
Wait, you know that?
Yeah.
You've seen that?
Yeah.
Can you fix that?
No. It's impossible to time slip in the TVA.
I know, but we just saw it happen.
Yeah.
Why was that acting, that line delivery so good? It's not a punchline, but
and the present.
maybe he's just so likable.
If what I saw is true,
I'm sorry, I've totally forgotten his name. And I just saw him recently in
this world
Everything Everywhere All at Once, and it was amazing.
only one way to find out.
I'm glad he's getting the big bucks
Good
now.
old-fashioned leg work. Listen, we have different styles. You're a man of action, which is fine. I take a more slow, deliberate, cerebral approach. It's really goodbye.
Okay, now I like the music.
It's up to us to save this place.
Is this
That jingle, I feel like is meant to be. Oh no.
Whatever we do,
It's meant to be recognizable
playing
from
God.
something.
We are gods.
Hell yeah. That's what I want to see from Loki, is more leaning into that stuff. Lean into the god villainy.
But how do you choose? Who lives? And who dies? Make the hard choice.
I knew this was coming.
It's him.
Timely is his name, I think.
On its way.
That version of
You're the god of
Kang.
mischief.
Huh.
Always have been. Always will be.
Yeah. That was an awesome ending.
A little over the
Oh,
top.
come on, man.
You think?
Don't ruin
I
it.
thought it was spot on.
Wow. Know when to cut out, man. Jesus. Honestly, when he pulled that sick line of something, what did Owen Wilson say? You're the trickster gun, aren't you? And he said, always was, always will be, as he walked past the titles. That was a fucking mint ending to the trailer. That was epic. And then for some reason they dragged it on for a couple extra shots. That was kind of awkward. I don't know what trailer editor decided to do that. I bet he was forced to do it from on high. They wanted to shove a couple extra shots in there. Everyone's pretty stoked in the comments. Was that
It's up.
Miss Minutes going kaiju? Hang on. Flip my screen. New hairstyle for Sylvie. That guy looks like... Okay, not really. I was going to say, like, he reminded me of Ewan McGregor when I first saw him, but... Meh. God shadows rustling up a dude. Every time I see time is running out as a phrase, it makes me think of Muse. If you know, you know. Where is that shot? There's Kang. There. Is that meant to be Miss Minutes? Okay. Kinda? She has a clock nose. And she is turning kaiju. She's got them Mickey Mouse hands. Okay. I think the thing that's throwing me about this is that it doesn't just look like Miss Minutes. It looks like Miss Minutes crossed with a ghost from Pac-Man. For some reason her form has changed to like a Pac-Man ghost kind of style. I don't know what's going on here. That's that black lady in the hat. I don't know who he's meant to be. That might be Timely. The Kang variant with the afro. He must have a version of Miss Minutes that protects him. What? Oh. Oh, the church's stained glass window. It's got a bunch of Kang variants fighting each other. The stained glass windows of the church literally has a depiction of the secret war between all the Kangs. So this season, just like the first one, is going to be setting up more multiversal stuff to lead us into Secret Wars, I bet. Wonder who she's meant to be. She's interesting. More TVA fighting, judging from all the doors. Looks like they jump into universes that are like old-timey a lot in this season. Wait. It also looks like Owen Wilson is getting in a TVA astronaut suit and is going out to the actual multiversal timeline. I didn't know you could actually go out there and interact with it. Like, is that meant to be the... What do they call the prime timeline that they were trying to protect? That's now splitting off into a bunch? What the fuck is this giant tube on his back? Probably protecting him from, like, the multiverse energies. It might rip you apart and send you to, like, different verses or something. If you're immortal. I don't think this is Sylvie from last season. I think this is a version of Sylvie from a universe where she's just a fast food employee. Oh, not just any fast food, it's fucking McDonald's. Damn. That would explain the hairstyle change. Neat. Hey, Tanky. And I feel like key lime pie. That key lime pie that we're eating looked really delicious. This also looks like Kang's, and that's the timeline. There's a lot of production design that's like invoking the Kang Secret War. Wish I knew what the fuck was going on here, though. I think this is the room where the three robots were controlling the TVA from, because I think that's one of their heads. They must have come back to this room after season 1. To, like, look for more clues or some bullshit. There's some spooky oogity boogity stuff here. What the hell? There's so much in this trailer that I have no idea what's happening. I think I'm just stoked for Adult Short Round. I wish I could remember his name. I do know his name, I just keep forgetting how to say it. And I don't want to butcher it. But it feels just as disrespectful to keep calling him Adult Short Round. I hope he's in a lot of the show. I hope he doesn't appear in this one scene, and that's the last you see of him. That'd be a shame. He's cool. He's a great actor. He's got such an iconic voice as well, the way he sounds. He's instantly recognizable in everything he's in. It's like iconic. He must be some kind of TVA tinkerer. Okay. I think it's enough poking away at Loki. That was fascinating. I wonder if they're going to keep using the Loki series to set up like multiverse revelations for other movies. That seems like how they use Loki now. Because that first show pretty much just existed to build up to the multiverse stuff and to give an excuse for happening. And I feel like this season is going to be just an excuse to build up to Secret Wars. Avengers Secret Wars. I don't know how I feel about that. It's almost like Loki's own stuff can't ever stand alone and just be about him and his adventures. Like, they have to exist to make other things happen for the sake of the Marvel Universe. Like, they're just big setup shows. And I guess maybe that's a good use for it. Because otherwise, I mean, it's Loki. He's just like an anti-villain. Anti-hero? Anti-villain? He's an anti. Auntie Loki. I think that's the only Marvel thing that's come out in a while, in a couple of weeks. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool though. That was neat. It was pretty much what I expected from that though. I don't know why they spoilt Timely, that version of Kang with the afro, in the post credits for Ant-Man 3. I feel like him showing up in this should have been his reveal. It's confusing that they put it in the credits for Ant-Man 3 because no one understood what the fuck was going on with that. It seemed like it undercut the whole Kang thing. Whereas it'll make more sense once you realize what the character's all about in this show. Okay. What else have I got? Anything big? There's been a lot of big things that have dropped lately. Oh, there's a Napoleon movie. That's right. Ah, okay. Wait. Let me just poke away at this real quick. Directed by Ridley Scott. Okay, so it's a Napoleon biopic by Ridley Scott. That is big. That does sound like a big deal. Ridley Scott is 85 years old. Still directing epics. Wow, dude. What is it with big directors like Ridley Scott and like making historical biopics? It seems to be what like all of them end up doing. Almost exclusively. At a certain point. Wait, hang on. Is that Joaquin Phoenix? Okay, what? So he went from Joker to Napoleon? Man, yeah, he's such a good actor. He could be weird in some roles, but in like a good and a bad way, but goddamn. That is actually a very interesting choice for Napoleon. This thumbnail here, I think, is the one that's really selling it. Wait, where's that poster? Napoleon movie. This poster, yes. That kind of... Wait, hang on. Check this out. He came from nothing, he conquered everything. It's a bit of a generic tagline for a biopic. This slouched, hunched posture with that Joaquin Phoenix kind of like brooding look. I think that is such a good vibe for Napoleon. Because he was meant to be like one of the original tall poppy syndrome dudes. Like, his anger and everything he did was basically stemming from a place of like insecurity from being like super short. And so he was an angry warmongering of a man to make up for it. And that kind of sells that. This kind of slouched. Yeah. Maybe he's just sitting like that so it makes him look shorter. Because I don't think Joaquin Phoenix is as short as Napoleon was supposed to be. Wait, he was in... Oh, wow. That didn't occur to me. He was the bad guy in Gladiator, which was also Ridley Scott. Not the first historical biopic-ish kind of movie Ridley Scott's made. I shouldn't call it a historical biopic because Gladiator was all fiction. Let's just say historic period movie. 23 years apart. And they're back together again. It's kind of cool. Alright. That's enough. That's enough background. Don't do the teaser thing. Oh. They just won't stop. Oh, it's for Apple. Wow, Apple streaming movies has gone big.
The chaos in the streets. We must make an example, or France will fall.
Damn.
What would you do if this assignment of defense was transferred to you?
I promise you brilliant successes.
What is this costume you have on?
This is my
Whoa.
uniform.
Wait, who was that?
I led the French victory at Toulon.
Why that woman remind me of Lady Gaga?
What is your name?
Napoleon.
I know it's not her.
The course of my life just changed. Napoleon.
I'm destined for greatness. But those in power will only see me as
I
a
just
sword.
realized I don't actually know what happens to Napoleon.
You take the throne
As a king.
I know all about Napoleon. I just realized I don't know actually what happens to him. Like, where did his life lead him? How did he die? How am I missing that one crucial bit of information?
This vermin has held the world hostage with his egotism and his lack of
This
simple
definitely
good
feels like a
manners.
Ridley Scott period film. We're gonna see Napoleon get it on. I don't want to see Napoleon boning somebody, man. Come on. Oh my God, Napoleon Bonaparte. That is rife for comedy.
What's the outcome of this if you don't succeed?
There is so many jokes in that.
Your Majesty, we are discovered. Good.
I can't wait for the memes. Once the sex scenes are out of Jacqueline Phoenix as Napoleon, there's gonna be like Napoleon Bonaparte jokes and stuff all over the internet.
I simply never do.
It's with this like dubsteppy vibe though. I don't really know what to call it. It's probably not dubstep, but it was weird. Napoleon lost and got banished to an island. When he came back, he lost again and got banished to an even more remote island and died there. Oh, fuck. I guess spoilers, but I wonder why I never knew much about the end of his reign. I knew about the stuff that he did at his height, and his the whole tall poppy syndrome issue with him and his insecurities. I just like it's one of those moments where I'm just like, I can't believe I never really considered what happens to him. You think out of all the historical figures, that'd be one that you'd be fascinated to know what he ended up doing or what ended up becoming of him. And I've just never looked into it. I'm sure that'll be exciting. I mean, Ridley Scott knows how to do a historic war film. He's done it multiple times. I'm sure it'll be fun. At worst, it'll be like super cheesy and overblown. Like that's probably like the worst case scenario for a movie like this by Ridley Scott. Like he's had some misses recently. Like not all of Ridley Scott's movies are like hits. I've seen, what were his most recent ones actually? Didn't he do like that Moses one or something? Oh yeah, Alien Covenant. Meh. Wasn't feeling it. I wasn't even feeling Prometheus, to be honest. The Last Duel I heard was good. I didn't see it, but I've heard good things about that. Gladiator 2 is apparently in pre-production, which is surprising. I'm a little bit scared about that one. Exodus, Gods and Kings. That's, I think, one that I forgot about that I didn't think was great. Yeah, Moses. That was fucking Christian Bale as Moses. Good lord, that movie was forgettable. I literally have forgotten most of what happens in that film. And I heard a lot of people laughing at House of Gucci. Like apparently some of the forced Italian accents and shitty acting in that movie really brings it down. So I heard the the last Duel is a hit. I believe Exodus and Gucci were fails. Prometheus and Alien Covenant are either fails or perfectly fine, depending on who you ask. Those are straight down the middle movies. Like, I don't judge anyone who likes any of those two, because they're not bad enough to really be that mad about. You know what I mean? Like, even though I don't like them, it's like when somebody does, I'm like, yeah, cool, man. It's whatever. It's not like when you think a movie's so bad, when someone says you like it, you're like, what the fuck? The fuck have you been smoking? Your nutbag? So yeah, Ridley Scott's not foolproof anymore. When he makes a movie, it's not an automatic win like it used to be. Which is a shame, but even Scorsese has had a couple of movies which were like kind of meh. No one's foolproof. Which is why I get mad when people rag on certain other directors. Like when I see hate against Kevin Smith, for example, for having made bad movies, so that makes him a hack. It's like, dude, he's made some good movies. He's made some plenty average ones. He's made a couple of stinkers. He's got movies that cross the entire board. So do massive directors like Ridley Scott and Scorsese. You just want to dogpile on him specifically because you have like an agenda against him, which is completely fabricated out of nothing. Because some tools on Twitter wanted to talk shit about him just to be like mean for the sake of being mean. Because he's an easy target. The chubby guy in the permanent hockey jersey and baseball cap is apparently an easy target. Feel bad about that whole thing. Okay, that was exciting. Here's another big one. The Creator. We watched a teaser for this already. This is a brand new trailer that's just called the official trailer. So I think the other trailer I saw was a teaser then. If this one's called the official trailer. How long ago was this? July 17. I missed it by a couple of weeks. Barely 2. Okay, sweet. Because the teaser was like fucking huge. The teaser was the length of a full trailer, so I don't know what the hell... I don't know what else the full trailer could show us, to be honest.
When the war started, they protected me.
I believe this is
Better care of me than humans would
the
have.
guy that did Rogue One, the Star Wars movie.
They're not people, Maya.
Which is exactly the vibe I get when I watch the teaser.
10 years ago today,
That all makes
the
sense.
artificial intelligence created to protect us detonated a nuclear warhead in Los Angeles.
I heard about this. I'll talk about it later.
This is a fight for our very existence.
There's a shot there that I heard some mad cool controversy
Sergeant
about.
Taylor, we are this close to winning the war. But the AI are developing a super weapon. Retrieve it. Or they win.
Or the Aerosmith. They're bringing in that Aerosmith just ever so slightly. I love Dream On. It has been slightly overused, but I'll never get mad about Dream On dropping on the soundtrack.
Are you going to heaven?
No. You gotta be a good person to go to heaven.
So we're the same. We can't go to heaven because you're not good. And I'm not a person.
Aw, man.
Do you have any idea what the thing is?
She
Not a
looks
person.
like a little girl now, but she's growing. Whoever has that kid wins the war.
So the robots figured out how to make a half human, half robot that actually grows and ages like a human. I think that's what the drama is about.
What do you want, sweetie?
I'm about the
For robots
soundtrack.
to be free.
Oh, we don't have that in the fridge. How about ice cream?
She's so cyberpunk looking. I love it. I'd just be happy watching this as a music video for Dream On. Damn. Hey, that's the same shot from the end of Rogue One. He kind of stole his own bit there. I better not be like the end of the movie where the main character dies in a nuke explosion off the beach, because that'll be way too similar to Star Wars. I've noticed that there's a sudden influx of just gritty, raw sci-fi coming down the pike. Like, Snyder, he's doing his Rebel Moon thing, which similar vibe, just like kind of raw, gritty, homemade original science fiction, like warm apple pie. I bet everyone is stoked in the comments are 100% positive for the most part. What's his name? Is it Gareth Edwards? Why have I forgotten his name? Why is none of the creators' names in the actual description? 20th Century Studios. Do you not want to give shout-outs to the people that made your shit? Hang on, let me search it. Yep. Yeah, Gareth Edwards. Cool. Still the chunky nerd he always was. I still remember seeing Monsters at Dendy Cinemas, the movie that like got him noticed. That he like traveled around the world with the 2 actors and his cameraman, just the 4 of them. They went on like a backpacking trip, and they just filmed the movie as they went. And he personally added the VFX later. It's a really cool success story. I never saw the sequel, Dark Continent. I don't know how I felt about that. It looked a bit more Starship Troopers-y, which is a very off vibe from the first movie. And then he got that first Godzilla Hollywood remake, which was like hit and miss for a lot of people. Some good things about it, some things not so great. Rogue One Star Wars story. He's climbing. I mean, I guess you can't say his career is climbing the ladder anymore. Once you've got a Star Wars movie, you're pretty much there. It looks very sweaty at Comic-Con. But then again, it's Comic-Con, so not surprising. I will say that I'm a bit concerned about the plot a little bit, because that whole humans versus AI thing, where the whole linchpin seems to be like the character that is the missing link between human and robot, the perfect cyborg in between that both the humans and the robots are fighting over. That seems like a very by the numbers science fiction blueprint plot. So either the movie is going to succeed on just being like a really original take on a tired idea, or despite how amazing the production design looks, it'll end up being very generic because the plot will bring it down, because it's got nothing to say about that, you know, about the tried and true science fiction AI versus human storyline. Very hard to do that story now. It's been done to death. Like, you got to come with something creative, something new. And a trailer like that, you can't really make heads or tails of whether you're going to get that, because the thing that might make it original or give it that little extra je ne sais quoi to make it stand out from other science fiction might be something you can't show in a trailer. There might be something inherent to the film or something spoilery that you just have to trust and go see it and cross your fingers. We'll see when the reviews come out which side of that lands. It'll be very obvious from the tone of the reviews what happens with this one. I don't have my fingers crossed much for Rebel Moon, because I've really just lost interest in the whole Snyder thing since the Snyderverse DC controversies and stuff. It's just, I can't really get excited for a Snyder movie anymore. It's just kind of lost its pizzazz for me. And this is coming from a person who loved 300 and thought Watchmen was pretty decent. Like, his take on Watchmen was pretty much on the money of the tone that that story should have. The look and the tone. Even if they did change some very large pieces of the plot in ways that I was a bit confused about. Like, why did you even have to? But not a big deal. It's just like, I kind of wish he didn't have to go the DC route, because I think that railroaded his whole career into a certain thing that I now dislike. Could have been something else. I kind of wish Zack Snyder, instead of becoming a writer-director, I kind of wish he became a cinematographer instead. Because back in the days of 300 and Watchmen, he proved that he has an eye for visual cinema, like director photography and tone, if that makes sense. Like 300 I think is so good because the onus wasn't on him as much as a writer or director. Like he basically just was a good enough visual filmmaker to take what was good about the graphic novel and take those frames and put them on the screen. Like the fact that he translated that just exactly as is to the cinema screen is what made that work. In a similar way, Watchmen was already almost like its own perfect thing. All he had to do was make it look the way it needed to look and feel. These are all director, photography, cinematographer skills. These like this visual eye for cinema stuff. And that's where he excels. As soon as he starts writing the script or making like the big level directorial decisions about the tone and where things are going, I think that's where it goes tits up for me. Like Sucker Punch was completely written by him and he was trying to do a whole thing there and it's a bit of a mess. The DC stuff, like Superman and Batman and all that stuff, that was his take on those characters. The tone and the writing of how those characters are being depicted was set by him. And those didn't work for me either. Like, I feel like whenever he's in full control from a directing, writing perspective, it doesn't work for me. When the entire strength of his work is based solely upon his grasp of the visual style of what something needs to be, I think that's when it excels. So I personally think that I would have been much more interested in Snyder as an artist and creator if he went down the cinematographer branch of filmmaking, working in collaboration with someone else as the director. I think that would have been something special. But now that he's become a huge director and can make whatever he wants, I just find myself disliking like movie after movie that he does for reasons that come entirely down to his taste and his visions as a director and a writer, and it's just unfortunate, I guess. But I mean, he's not going to lose sleep over it because, you know, he's a rich, famous director making huge DC comic movies and whatever else he feels like. So, I mean, he's crying all the way to the bank. What I think doesn't really matter at all. Boom, whatever. It is what it is. Anyway, I don't know how I went off on that tangent from the creator. Let's see. What else? The hell is migration? Hold up. I don't know what migration is. Let me just check this out real quick. Check out the trailer for Migration, upcoming animated action comedy starring Kamal Nanjiani as an anxious mallard, and Elizabeth Banks as Pam, his quick-witted, daring matriarch. Wait, it's an animated film about ducks starring Kamal Nanjiani and Elizabeth Banks? Okay. Aquafina as a pigeon? All right. You got me. You got me. I don't know what the hell I'm getting into. Oh, it's Illumination. That could be a good or a bad thing. It's a bit of a crapshoot at this point. I think I might have seen a teaser for this a while back that I totally forgot about.
Isn't it beautiful? This is awesome. Oh, maybe we should go say hi. Hey there.
Dax talked to a girl.
A girl?
He wants to marry her.
What? I didn't say that.
You said it with your eyes. What?
I think that little duck's voice actor is a New Zealand child.
Migration? What a stupid
I can
idea.
tell.
Okay, you're impossible.
Because I found a safe place for us to live.
I want us to get out and see the world.
What sort of
What the
father would
fuck
be
am I
if
watching?
My young child in harm's way for no reason except a chance at a Caribbean vacation?
Kumail Nanjiani's voice stands out to me so much. I always know it's him, and that's kind of a problem.
Here we go. Tail for the torsion. Check. Wing deployment. Check. Let's fly.
So it's an animated film about ducks migrating for the winter, right? Okay. Cool.
Why are we the only birds heading this way?
Wrong way. You're going to the winter. That was actually kind of dope. Now I want to play a video game where you play as a duck that can fly and like dive bomb through shit. I reckon that could be as fun as like that Spider-Man game on PlayStation 5.
What is that? Duck on a roll.
Are they dropping Destiny's Child in this trailer?
It's you with Larange on top.
That's a good joke. Oh, they are dropping Destiny's Child on this.
You're old enough to do it in the sky now. We have a number 2 situation.
Oh.
But it's gross.
Every bird does it in the sky.
What if someone is looking down there?
No one is looking down there. I told you we are not landing.
It's gonna go inside someone's mouth. Aww.
Are you sure no one's watching?
Wind Mallard, do it now, or we leave without you.
Okay.
We are completely lost. We're trying to get to Jamaica.
Come on, lovebirds. It's this way.
Whoa, we
The
are
New
not
York
flying
pigeon.
through This crazy death trap of a city.
Just stick close to me, and everything will be all right.
It's fine. It probably happens to him every day.
I'm okay.
Yes, yeah, I told you.
No, I'm okay. We can do this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ha ha! You missed, boss.
Whose voice is that?
Maybe don't stick too close.
It sounds like a pitch-shifted Kevin Hart. Well, not quite Kevin Hart, but maybe like a pitch shift on Kevin Hart. Oh, hey, Sham. You watched Talk to Me? The movie was brutal. Oh, I watched the video you sent me tonight on the stream just earlier. It was about an hour ago, I think. That was a really touching behind the scenes, actually. I was surprised at how much emotion they got into that that BTS. I was kind of expecting like the usual silly Raka Raka promotional thing for the movie, but like it was really touching. Like the way it opened, showing like their childhood and stuff, and the track they chose was kind of epic. And then by the end, when they're crying about getting picked up by A24 and getting messaged by Jordan Peele, and they were actually like had tears in their eyes, I was actually feeling pretty happy for them. I was like, oh man, makes me want to go see the movie just so I can put some money behind it and support, you know what I mean? That's a better trailer than like an actual movie trailer. Like when I saw the movie trailer, I was like, because I don't really get moved much by horror trailers because everything looks the same to me in the horror genre, especially when it's possession stuff. But if you show people that instead of the actual movie trailer for that movie, I reckon that's more likely to get bums in seats. I want to see the movie just based on that BTS alone. Scary and intense. Yeah, like I thought they would do good at a fairly gritty, grounded horror kind of experience, because horror can be oddly, what's the word? Fuck, what is the word? Fuck, there's a word on the tip of my tongue. Not clinical, why is this driving me crazy? Okay, I've lost it. I've completely lost it. It's the kind of thing where it's like so many horror movies are completely relying on their beautiful immersive cinematography. You know, like perfectly lit, dark, spooky corridors where people walk around with a candle, like hoping nothing jump scares them. That like the whole movie feels like that, and it kind of drags. Because when something actually does happen, it's like, who gives a fuck? Like, you guys are just like flexing your production design budget. So they can be very oh my god, I had the wording in my head again and I've lost it. Fuck, I'm gonna think of this when I'm asleep tonight. I'm gonna suddenly wake up and go, oh, that was the word. Oh, shit, man. The scenes where you had your mouth agape and dragged along one of your friends that hates horror movies and was shaking for the movie. I'd be curious to see what... No, not pretentious. I don't know why the word clinical keeps coming into my head. It's not the word I'm looking for. It's close. Shit, man. Why do I feel like it starts with an S? It's like... I can't think of the actual word, but the vibe I'm going for is how so many horror movies that get pumped out on a studio level, they can kind of feel like the rawness, the danger, the stakes are kind of neutered. It's kind of sucked out of the experience. It's more about the horror cinematography, and things do look beautiful and immersive in that way. But like from a script standpoint, in terms of the things that actually happen, it's very bland. It's usually just like people spooked in spooky, genuinely amazing looking environments. I'll give them that. But it's people creeping around, like looking freaked out. And then you sit there for 10 minutes as they explore the fucking entire set. And then eventually something goes oogity boogity and people are jump scared. And then it means nothing. And it's like, why do so many of these look great? Like that's where all the money went. But it feels like a horror blueprint that doesn't mean anything or isn't doing anything to differentiate it from any other movie. There's a certain level of rawness that's missing from a lot of studio horror. Like truly unpredictable rawness of like a story or a scenario that can actually surprise you with something that you do actually find, like what you just said. When you said the movie's brutal, scary and intense, your mouth was agape. Like the amount I can't even tell you the last time I saw a horror movie where I had that kind of reaction to it, because everything that happens is predictable within the blueprint of horror. And it's like, okay, great, now he's dead and now he's possessed and now the thing's jump scaring other people and now that person fell out a window because they were possessed and now the priest is trying to exorcise the demon, but now he's bleeding from the eyes, and now some scary child is saying some stupid shit that is meant to be creepy and whispery, but honestly you could just punt them out a window and who gives a shit? Like, you know what I mean? It's all the same shit always. So it's nice to hear that they've made a movie with their... Because they've got vision, those guys. Like they've got something. Like, they're creative dudes. They're full of energy. Too much energy, actually. They exhaust me a little bit when I watch them for too long. I can imagine they would come up with some original, fairly grounded but raw shit within the horror space, if that makes sense. Stuff where you actually legitimately can go, what the fuck? Like, I didn't see that coming. And that was crazy that happened. Like, you want that kind of reaction to horror, and you just don't get it. All you get is more Conjuring shit, where people are like, wow, that doll's spooky and might be possessed. Hey, that picture moved. Hey, that little girl whispered something creepy. Is she possessed? Nobody cares. The big issue with horror movies is maintaining suspense once a scare happens. I think the bigger problem is that most of those movies are just suspense, but they're going nowhere, and the places they do go are often the same places all of them go. So when the revelations happen of like, oh, it's actually the demon Shagugu, and only two priests with these particular amulets can perform the exorcism, and they only barely do it. Post-credits scene, the demon's still around, but now he's inside the doll. Ooh, sequel maybe? I don't care. Like, it's always the same shit. Nothing creative or original or truly shocking actually ever happens. Someone getting possessed and saying some nasty demon shit, or spewing up blood, or stabbing someone in the eye, or pushing someone out of a window, Like, that's not shocking. If you're someone who's making horror and you write that stuff being like, oh yeah, it's like, nah, dude, you got nothing. It's every movie does that. It's not an ooh yeah. You're not being raw. That is like the default base level. You're literally doing nothing. To hell with you. Like, I've heard about and seen some things from that new Evil Dead, which doesn't take itself too seriously apparently, and pretty much goes all out on the having fun with the gore. And some of the clips I've seen that went viral on like Twitter, that people like spoilers that people have shared around, I like did actually make me cringe in a way that like, oh, I think I would enjoy this, because it's not taking the horror part too seriously. It's more about the fun of the over-the-top, exaggerated slapstick gore horror of the thing. You're not supposed to be creeped out by someone like walking slowly down a corridor. It's more about cringing because someone just took like a cheese grater to their heel. I think too with this film, the story isn't like balls to the wall. It's more like effective sound design, characterization that sell the horror. I mean, yeah, like they would have made that for a budget where they couldn't go too crazy with anything, so they would have had to have been clever with the filmmaking. Evil Dead Rise felt very straight in the tone. I mean, I haven't seen it, but everything I've seen from it made me laugh in a like cringing at the violence at the same time as laughing at the audacity of the violence. So from all the clips I've seen in the viral stuff that I've seen from the movie, I was like, I think I'd probably enjoy this on a not taking it seriously, like not watching it to be scared, but watching it for the over-the-top evil deadness of it all. I even saw one clip where they riff on the original by her spitting someone's eyeball. She just bit out of his face into someone else's mouth and he chokes to death on it, which is hilarious. Like, I laughed hard when I saw that. And like, when you make an Evil Dead movie nowadays, that's kind of the vibe I want to see, because that's kind of, that's the scene. Okay. Oh, was I actually describing the scene that you were just referencing? That's hilarious. Yeah, because like, I don't really care about being scared by an Evil Dead movie. I kind of just want it to be goofy. So the more they can go that way and maybe get creative with the R rating, I think the better off for Evil Dead. In fact, if you want to keep on bringing back Bruce Campbell in like goofy over-the-top cameos, like I'd be fine with that too. I wouldn't cringe at that. Some people don't want that to happen. Some people are kind of against that. They hold Evil Dead too close to the heart, I think, a little bit. And they think that it's doing the character a disservice to keep ripping him out to do the cameo thing. But I'm just happy to see Bruce Campbell, man. Like, you could do a whole Evil Dead plot about new characters in a new place doing a new thing. And if you just randomly Deus Ex Machina dropped Ash in the end with a chainsaw just to come in and solve everything and then leave, that wouldn't be good screenwriting, but I would still enjoy it. You know what I mean? I would give that a pass. I wouldn't call it good writing, but I would give it a pass because I would have a lot of fun with that happening repeatedly. Just always have Ash show up and chainsaw something's head off and then leave. Everyone, thank God Ash turned up. Hey, Jeannie. It felt very stop and go when the film is set in one location. It feels kind of silly. I don't really know what you mean by that, because I've historically loved movies set in one location, especially when they are specifically designed to be bottle films. I love bottle films. Like the movie Phone Booth with Colin Farrell, where the whole movie takes place in a phone booth on the street corner of New York. Buried with Ryan Reynolds, the whole movie takes place in a coffin with just him stuck in there. There's a movie with Tom Hardy, I think it's called Lock with an E, where the whole movie takes place in his car, where he's on the phone the entire time with other characters as he's driving. That's the whole movie, start to finish. Like, that doesn't, like, me just describing them that basic doesn't really sell those movies. Like, if you hadn't seen them, that wouldn't sound like a good movie on paper, but like, trust me, those are all great. Oh, Jeannie, I watched your video earlier tonight. Do you remember the video you sent me about Deadpool 3 on one of my game streams, and I said I'd bookmark it and watch it later? What was it called? Deadpool 3 is going to fail in the same way that X-Men Origins Wolverine I think it was the title of the video. It was a bit clickbaity. Clickbaity. I keep on screwing that sentence up. That's the second time tonight I've said that wrong. Yeah, I found the bookmark. I almost forgot about it, and I finally watched it tonight. I still think the title is a little bit clickbaity, but I can see what he means now. It wasn't as negative as I thought it was going to be. Like, he made a pretty interesting point about the strike thing and how history is literally repeating itself with another Hugh Jackman, Ryan Reynolds movie. It's actually kind of creepy how that's all, like, gone in full circle and it's all the same now again. I'm kind of worried about that movie. Issue isn't with bottle films, but the Deadite could have easily, at any moment, just killed them. That is true, though. Like, Deadites do have a strange habit of playing with their food. I think that's been a commonly built-up thing in the Evil Dead universe. They generally do seem to hold back from going for a straight kill. I don't know if that's ever been explained in any kind of Evil Dead lore. I always just put it down to Deadites being traditionally evil on a level that they don't just want to eat a person or kill a person. They want to torment. They want to torture. They're more into you being deathly scared by the fact that they're going to kill you than the actual kill itself. They want you crying and weeping and screaming. Like, that's the part that gets them off, I'm guessing. That probably would excuse all the fucking around and not just getting to the kill. I mean, that's the problem with a lot of horror movies, though, especially ghost shit. I'm so sick of ghost movies and possession movies. Like, how many more ghost haunted house movies do we have to watch where the first 55 minutes of the movie is like people living in a house and occasionally hearing a pot and pan rattle and being like, ooh, is it a ghost? And then we have to ignore the fact that, like, why would a ghost be just dicking around like that? Like, if you're an evil ghost that wants to kill people, just do it. Like, why are you playing with the cutlery or moving chairs around? What are you after? Are you a troll? Are you one of those, like, YouTube pranksters that died in, like, a prank gone wrong that we've seen in the news many, many times? And now you've become now you're haunting people and still pulling your bullshit pranks for TikTok? You get 3 to 4 scenes of, oh damn, they're going to kill her, tension, music build up, followed by character doing something at the last second. One other thing I heard about the movie that was a positive to me was, I heard that they do kill kids. Or at least young people in the movie. Which, you know, it always gets a big thumbs up from me. Because I really don't like when horror movies give the plot armor to the children. Because they're children, they think it would be too offensive to kill them. I think it really does raise the stakes when a ghost will just rip a kid's head off. Like, start the movie like that and you have my attention. What did Genie just send me? Oh, I forgot that I had Migration still open. Wait a sec. Close the Duck movie. We're over that now. If you're dead and stuck in a house for eternity, I think you'd also be quite bored. I mean, can ghosts even get bored, though? Have you ever seen the way they act when you see ghosts in movies? They just kind of waft around like they're not really sure what's going on. And they're kind of out of it until they start screeching at you and charge to, like, bite your face off or something. They don't act like they're the souls of humans that were human once. They act like magical monsters. Have you heard of the Last of Us clone? Yeah, I watched Moist Critical play it randomly one morning while I was eating breakfast. It came up in my relateds. In fact, this is the video that I watched, actually, that this guy's got open on the screen. Is he talking about
a lot of you guys
Charlie's
have already
playthrough?
Seen this video that Charlie did on The Last Hope.
Yes,
which
I watched
is
this.
Basically just a straight up ripoff of The Last of Us.
This guy has really nice room production design. I like his lighting and his set colors and stuff. His camera's also very crisp.
Using a lot of copy and pasted bootlegged
It's
assets,
been removed?
Digital
Oh,
Foundry
already.
also did a video on it, and it sort of dominated the online gaming discussion for the better part of a week. Even
I find that Charlie can tend to cause that kind of thing quite frequently. A lot of the time when he plays and makes a video of something no one's ever heard of, it becomes like a thing online. Like other people start let's playing it on YouTube or on Twitch, and then it like gains all this clout. But also, like, I remember when he was playing it, there was a lot of joking around about it being one of those cheap asset flipped games where they just bought a bunch of like 3D models from the Epic Store and just slapped a game together.
Even though it's objectively terrible. And this whole thing has been fascinating.
Which is technically what that
because even when I was streaming over on Steven's Live,
going up or only up, whatever that game was called, that was huge on Twitch recently.
Links below. A ton of you
Apparently
guys
that game
were
is entirely
asking
asset
if
flipped.
I would go and play it on my Switch just to see if it's actually as bad as everybody's saying it is. Even though everybody knows what the answer is, everybody is just so fascinated by this.
Do you notice this guy has a scale model of the Titanic behind him?
So I started digging, and I found
For
that
some reason,
The Last Hope has actually been delisted from the Nintendo eShop, at least in the US. You can find it on the Australian Nintendo eShop. I don't know why that is, but apparently you can still buy it in Australia.
It's
but you
because
can't
we're
buy
a
it in the States.
convict
so it looks
colony.
Like people threw a big enough fit about this.
So
that
all the
Nintendo
illegal stuff is
unlisted
still
it,
for
at
sale
least
here.
temporarily, except they didn't do it everywhere. They only did it in the States. It's really, really.
Should I buy it and stream it? Since all the non-Australians can't get the game now. There's a little bit of a hole in the market there that I can exploit.
So I looked up some gameplay like this from IGS, where they go through the entire game and it takes a little.
I have a Switch. I've just never opened it. My Switch is still fully sealed in its box.
First time to closing the game down, and there's no doubt. I mean, there's no question. This thing is totally terrible in every single way.
Okay, when he's playing games, I feel like he needs a fill light on the left. Because he's got a pretty nice key light and he's got the moody thing going on, but he's got this like half Rembrandted face with the mad shadow on the left there. Just a very soft, diffused rim light, I think. Or a fill light, I think would fix that.
If you want to see a full deep dive, go check out the Digital
Otherwise,
Foundry
his
video
setup is really
where they
nice.
break it down in excruciating detail, even down to counting the total number of bullets available.
I love it
to
how
the
all these
player in
car
the
models
game,
are just like turned on their side.
realizing that
Just-
in many instances you can just get
flipped.
soft locks because
Every
the
single
devs
one of
didn't
them.
even put enough ammunition in the game.
They
to
didn't even
get
put
through
that much
levels.
effort into
But
making it look like a real car
perhaps
crash.
the more baffling thing than just how terrible this game is everybody's fascination with it. The aforementioned video from Moist Critical did 2.5 million views as of the time of this recording. This game also shot up to the top of the best sellers list on the Nintendo eShop.
See what I said about
for
Charlie?
about a day after that video went up.
He plays some game no one's ever heard of,
and the people
it goes
that
off
made it
because of his
directly
following.
profited from being exposed in that video. They made more money on that day of being shouted out by Moist Critical for being terrible than they probably made with any of their other games. Games like Farming, Real Simulation, Tractor, Combine, Trucks, Farmer Land Game.
Holy
I mean,
shit,
come on,
that is
doesn't
one
this
hell of a
look
title.
great with the broken UI, the artifacting and Z fighting, with all the textures and different meshes that were
I would
put
play
together
this.
properly. I mean,
I'm not
doesn't
even going to
this
front.
look
I would play this.
tremendous? Come on. Or perhaps
Especially
you're not
because of
into
the
it
cool
for farming,
name.
You want to play Airjet Fighter Command Europe Fly Plane Attack. A game which also appears to simply be using free assets or very, very cheap assets.
I love that
from
blowing
the
up another
Unity
plane
store
made a dollar
of
amount come
assets.
up.
Like,
$80 popped
it's
out of your
just
plane when you blew up
hilariously terrible.
a
Or maybe you want to
battleship.
go enjoy nature. How about Shark Attack Fish Predator Ocean Sea Adventure Survival?
Oh my God, I'm in.
Published February of this year. And this
Yes.
clearly is one of the games of this year.
Why would
for
you play
sure.
Maneater when you've got this?
Like a toothless shark. Dude, I didn't even notice before. The sharks don't have teeth. They managed to get the staple feature of sharks wrong. And listen, there's a handful of other games that they've also put together, but the point is probably made by now. These are all terrible. They're all garbage. They're made using copy and pasted assets. They're
Gummy
lazy
sharks.
and they are put onto the eShop for $1 or for $5, hoping that you buy it and play it and hate it, but at the very least you don't go through the steps of trying to
I'm
get
actually
it
shocked
returned
he
or
just moved that
refunded
boom
by
arm.
Nintendo, because it was only $5, so it's not
That,
that big of a deal.
like,
And if
forcefully,
they can catch
and we
enough
didn't hear that
people
on the
doing that,
mic.
if they can catch 1,000 people doing it, They just made
Normally, like, it would
$5,000
make these
on this
thunking
piece of
sounds if you
garbage
grab
that
the
they
mic and move it
probably put
around.
together in an afternoon. So we can all agree that these games are
If I had so
terrible,
much
that
as touch this
dev
mic,
is clearly trying
like, you'll hear
to
it.
scam people, which is not a word I just simply throw around, and that's because it has a very specific definition. Specifically, it's tied to defrauding somebody through deception, which is like integral to this whole discussion. You have to deceive someone in order to defraud them. And so just like a company releasing a game that you didn't
I
like,
guess you
that's
can't-
not a scam. You might
Yeah,
not
I guess
like
you
the
can't
game,
deceive
you might
people
not
if you
like how
literally
they
say
priced
what
the
the game is.
But it's not a scam because a reasonably informed consumer could find out what that game has to offer and then buy it and engage with it. And just because you don't like it doesn't mean that they deceived you. You just maybe didn't want to understand
I guess that's a
the
loophole
warning
in video
signs and red
game
flags,
development.
or maybe a YouTuber you were
Like,
watching hyped it up when it shouldn't have been hyped
You could
up.
make
All
any old
reasons to
trash
look at things
and
very
really phone it
skeptically,
in,
especially
but it's
when it
not a
comes
scam
to
if you
studios
literally
or
tell people what it
companies that have
is
previously
and
gotten
they
caught
choose
in
to buy
some
it.
shady behavior. And just to be clear, by this same definition, a game like Cyberpunk 2077 or even Fallout 76
Hey, Nancy.
would both be considered scams.
How are you doing?
Because they took money from their consumers and they intentionally
just learning about
tried
shitty
to
games.
deceive their customers in a way that would benefit them monetarily, such as Cyberpunk 2077, withholding gameplay footage of previous gen consoles running this game. because they knew
Specifically
how
that
terrible
crappy
it looked,
Last
so
of
they
Us,
didn't let reviewers try it. They tried to keep all
rip-off
of that hidden even after they had
that
accepted
Moist Critical
money for
played
pre-orders
recently.
and
It's
stuff.
a whole video about that, apparently.
I think is a scam. And something like The Last Hope also qualifies because they put all
Look how
kinds
amazing
of
it
special
is.
advertising materials up, AI generated posters and artwork for the
I
game.
should check the Switch
And
store
of
to see
course,
if
they're
Australians
just
still have access
stealing
to this,
assets from other
even
games.
now.
Like, this
When was this
version
video
of
put
Ellie,
out?
which is called Eva, is even wearing the exact same shirt, or pretty close to exactly the same shirt. It's just you can't make
2 weeks ago.
But even with all of us
Maybe it's
agreeing
gone
that
from the
this is a
Australian
scam,
store by
that
now,
this is
probably.
just a
This
company
video's
trying
not
to
as
rip you off,
fresh as I thought it was going to be.
It's all we can really talk about. It's fascinating to us. Even
One man's
now,
trash
I'm
is
getting
another
a lot
man's
of
trash.
pleasure and joy.
There's nothing
out
wrong
of
with
looking at
trash.
how
If you find
terrible
trash
this
fun,
stuff
go
is.
for it.
I don't know if it's
There's some pretty trashy
Schadenfreude.
movies
I
that
don't
I
know if
like.
it's
They're not
me
good,
just,
but I like them.
Enjoying
Ain't nothing wrong with
crappy
that.
stuff because I like cringe content. I don't really know.
Do you have
but
a
there's
good
something
audience on your
deeply
stream?
rooted within
Sham, are
us,
you a good
especially
audience?
as gamers,
Would you
where
say
we
that
just
you and
love
Jeannie are a
to
good
watch
audience?
A dumpster fire.
I think they're pretty
It's
good.
thoroughly entertaining.
I've never heard
In
of
some
either of them
ways,
selling
I think
poison
the
milk to school
community as a
children.
whole can get more enjoyment out of a dumpster
Or
fire,
a bad
or at the
audience.
very least more entertainment out of a dumpster fire than like a mediocre game. Look at something like that Gollum game that
We're
released
not
earlier
very
this
supportive.
year. If that had been fine, if it had been a 7
I mean,
out of
that's not
10,
true.
fine, but not
You gave me
good,
that
not
cool
bad,
Raka Raka BTS
totally
video for their movie to watch, and that was great.
I think it would have been quickly forgotten.
That's supportive.
Some people would have
You showed
played
me
it,
a good
gotten a kick
video.
out of it, and it would have just drifted off into obscurity. But now it's being regarded as one of the most broken.
Why do the
and
walls in Gollum look
disastrously
like poo?
Terrible games in modern history.
It actually looks like
And
poo
there are
just
now
running down the
countless
wall.
videos that you can find
That
on
texture
YouTube,
is
including
concerning.
the review I made of the game, which demonstrate just how terrible it is. And those videos have done hundreds of thousands or millions of views. There's just something weird where we like a dumpster fire more than we
Do you think
like
Gollum is
a
actually going to turn
mediocre
out to be a
product.
success because
It's
of
weird,
people
but
like
it just is what it is.
playing it
And I think
ironically?
the key needs to be that we shouldn't let games that
Do
are
you have a
dumpster
VTuber
fires
model?
like this overshadow
Oh,
or
no.
dominate
I've always
the
just
conversation
been on camera when
a
I
lot
need
of
to
other
be.
very talented developers, a lot of other very capable studios have put out amazing stuff at similar price
It's kinda
points
redundant,
that
I
you
guess,
could
if
get
you're already
and
comfortable
not
being
be
on the
ripped off,
camera.
but rather experience a truly phenomenal game that you wouldn't have tried otherwise. So I thought it would be nice if at the end of
Who
this
was it
video,
that... Hang on, let me pause this guy for a second. Someone in the chat not long ago was talking about considering the potential of doing the VTuber thing. Was it either you or Genie, Sham? I can't remember because someone did actually mention this once. Not like saying that you were going to do it, but like was kicking the idea around of potentially like experimenting with doing a VTuber thing. I can't remember who it could have been, but it might have been Genie. I could imagine either of you two considering it just because like Genie, you already stream, and Sham has shown interest in streaming as well, but hasn't like gotten there yet. So I can imagine either of you wanting to play around with the idea. Your room is fugly? I mean, that's an interesting first priority issue to have, to consider being a VTuber. I thought the main reason why you would consider trying the VTuber thing is because you get to create a muscle mommy avatar and like basically be turned on by yourself 24/7. For some reason, I can imagine you doing it, Sham. You may have mentioned it a few times in the past. You got a concept of hulking out? Oh, that'd be sick. Like, if you had a waifu cute version of yourself and also, like, a hulked out muscle mommy version, and you could literally, like, transition between the two of them as, like, a bit on your stream, that'd be sick. You could just come up with funny reasons to do it. Like, if you're playing an RPG and you're about to get into combat, you can Hulk out. Or, well, for any reason, really, but play around with it. Birdo VTuber? Oh, like you're turning your Instagram avatar based on your bird into, like, a Birdman Sham character. Birdman Sham. That's a dope name. Birdman. I mean, I guess Birdman's already taken, because technically that's what people call Tony Hawk. So you might be infringing on copyright if you did that. Dude, I want to see Birdman Sham, the avatar, rapping on stream. I think I mentioned this once before, of how, like, you could do hangout streams where you just sort of, like, experiment with, like, writing raps and getting ideas off people and maybe doing some freestyling on stream. Do that as Birdman Sham, as your avatar. I want to see the Birdman rapping. Birdman _ Sham? Is that how you avoid copyright issues? Just put an underscore? It's actually so much better than Brother Sham. Brother Sham sounds like a monk. You know what I mean? Like, I can picture you with the Friar Tuck haircut in the robe and the rosary beads. Oh yeah, 100%. Like, you can, if you've had a Twitch account for a certain amount of time, I think you're allowed to change your name. I looked at that once out of curiosity, and it was like, oh, you have to have been around for like a couple of months before you're allowed to change the handle. So they should let you pretty much instantly do it, I think. Oh, I actually missed Tanky's comment for a bit there. There's quite a few games that are successful even though their code is a dumpster fire. For example, Subnautica. Is Subnautica known for its shonky code, is it? I had no clue. I've known about the viral success of Subnautica. Everyone talks it up as being, like, horrifying if you've got thalassophobia, but genuinely, like, a good game. There's also a VR version of it now. You can plug yourself into it in VR, which sounds fucking horrifying. Like, I'm not a thalassophobe officially. I'm more of an arachnophobe, but I do understand thalassophobia completely, because the ocean is fucking scary, man. That deep, dark, pitch black ocean shit where they're like, we haven't even mapped like 90% of it, is spooky. I don't even know why people would go down in submarines and shit. Those rich people that died in that sub, like, why would you put yourself in that position? I would never. I don't care how rich I am. Wouldn't happen. Oh, I totally forgot about Nancy. I wonder if Nancy's asking about the VTuber model thing because they're a model animator. Because I've met people in Twitch chat before that are artists that ply their trade when it comes to creating, like, avatars and Twitch streaming branding. They even send me messages on Twitter actually, when they see that I've got a link to my Twitch. So I've never come across somebody who creates or animates VTuber models before. But I assume they're out there probably going around plying their trade, looking for people who want a 3D model. Which I'm guessing there'd be a big market for, because not everybody wants to be on camera. Either because they're super not confident, like there might be a self-esteem reason, or they're just not comfortable with the thing in general. It's not where their interest in streaming lies. Oh, there's the Birdman Sham. Nice. You even kept the underscore. Just in case. Now you can't be sued by Tony Hawk. Nice.
I gave a shout out.
I kept that guy on the most awkward face.
That are made by smaller indie teams that I think are phenomenal.
You think you could have done it without the underscore?
The
Did you do it
first
because you
one is Grand
assumed
Theft
someone
Auto
would already
5.
have the
This
other
was
name?
made by a smaller team and is widely. Okay, I'm kidding. Okay, I'll shut up. No, I'm going to talk about actual indie games. Okay, here we go. The first one is Dave the Diver. I've actually been playing this a good amount.
This has been going
month
off.
Or so,
Everyone
having a
talks up
really,
Dave the
really
Diver.
good time with it. It's a really
I think Yahtzee
interesting
just did a video
roguelike
about it,
game
like a
that
few days
also
ago.
mixes in restaurant management sim stuff. It's fascinating. It works really, really well, regardless of what you're playing on. The devs have said it's getting a Switch port.
I would
later
love to
this
play Dave
year.
the Diver.
It's hard to describe exactly how this game works or what you do in it because
It
you
also
do
looks
a little
gorgeous.
bit of everything in it. But it is a really,
It's
really
got them good
time,
pixel
and at a
graphics.
lower price point, I think it's worth checking out. I've had a lot of fun with it, and it works great on the Steam Deck, on the ROG Ally. So regardless of how you would play this, it's a really good time. The next game I want to shout out is The Forgotten City. This is a game that originally
I played this
started
on
as
stream.
a comprehensive mod for Skyrim.
I did this
and
on
then
my
eventually
Twitch.
was reworked into its own standalone release. And this thing is one of my favorite games.
This
like,
was a
ever.
very
It was
good
made
game.
by 3 people, though most of the work was done by just one guy. It is
It's kind of fascinating.
complex. It has all sorts of crazy interweaving stories.
Yeah, there's so many
hidden
ways for this to
endings
go
that
as
you
well.
wouldn't think work, but you ponder and you think, oh, maybe I could do this thing, and then you put it together and it works. It happens and kicks in. It's just
It's very clever.
fantastic, and you're supporting
forward a video.
small
Yeah, that's
team
fine.
of very, very, very talented devs. And it's a cheaper priced game. It's an easy W. So if you are interested in more narrative
Agreed.
games that challenge you to think outside the box to solve like time loop stuff, this is an easy win. It's available on PS4, PS5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, PC, everything. It's great. And my third and final recommendation is going to be Dorf Romantic. This is a very simple game where
this
you
I
place
think is on
tiles
Game
that are
Pass.
generated for you, building
think.
a little bitty civilization full of towns and rivers that
I don't really understand how this game works, but it got
trains,
good
all sorts of
reviews.
stuff. It's just feel good. It's a great, mindless, satisfying game where you can have a show or
I think you get a deck of tiles,
or
and it's up to you how to place them, and then it creates
you
the
can put this
terrain
together
based
while
on how you
scratching an
connect
itch
tiles
deep down in
together.
your monkey brain.
So it's kind of like a
super satisfying.
casual
It's
world
cheap,
building puzzle
and I
game.
believe it's made by just one guy,
but
though I
without
could
like
be
a fail
mistaken
state.
about that. It is
Like
at
whatever
the
you
very
do
least
is
a very small
relevant.
team. So again, a phenomenal indie game made by somebody that
Should be on
actually
Game
cares.
Pass. Yeah,
And speaking of somebody
I'm
that
getting Game Pass
actually
vibes.
cares,
I'm
I
pretty
should
sure I've
thank
seen it
our
on there.
Sponsor for this video before we go. Apex Gaming PCs. You guys have heard me say before, and I will say it again. PC gaming is the
Holy
shiz.
shit, that is a
However,
long
lot of
sponsor
people
segment.
Are
Whoa.
intimidated by getting started in
The whole rest of this tracking bar right now is sponsor segment. Goddamn, dude. Okay, well, he's making his money. I love the fact that he put this under the gaming category of YouTube, which requires you to actually list what game it's about. And if you don't put that down, the algorithm tries to figure out from the visuals in the video what game it's related to, and it's automatically selected Cyberpunk 2077. So now the YouTube algorithm thinks this is a Cyberpunk 2077 Let's Play video. Word of advice to YouTubers. If it's a video like this, that's talking about stuff and it's just sort of a general gaming video, put it under entertainment, because that's kind of a general entertainment pop culture thing. The gaming category is meant to be specifically for a game. You're actually supposed to tell them what game you're playing in the video, and it's meant to be all about that, and it lists it as that. It makes things a bit awkward when it's not quite right. The thing that really sucks is that occasionally you'll play something that doesn't have a listing on YouTube yet, so you can't actually set it as that game under gaming because it's not in the lists. It doesn't come up. And so if you leave that blank, it'll try to figure out what else it is. So you might be playing some indie thing off Steam that's like really fresh, early access, and because it doesn't exist on here, YouTube says you're playing Zelda. It'll look at it and go, this looks like an old Zelda game. Yeah, Zelda Link to the Past. And then people looking for Zelda Link to the Past find your weird Steam game video and then get snarky in the comments. It actually is kind of funny, though, to leave that blank and sometimes see what the algorithm thinks you're playing. Like, that's a fun game to play with YouTube. Well, that was cool. Let's see what Birdman Sham just sent.
This week on the pod.
Oh no, it's Silly Boy. I'm pretty sure Sham just sent this to piss Jeannie off.
Cast is a very special guest.
We've seen the DMs, we've seen the messages. We
Oh,
know that
no.
you don't want this character on the podcast, but in the spirit of openness, in the spirit of being ready to, I don't.
Why
think
won't
I've
the
got
Silly
this in
Boy
me.
character ever die?
You're doing great.
We've got a very special guest.
Zach is laughing now,
My
but the second Mark
unpopular
starts doing that
demand.
fucking voice,
The
he's gonna
one,
get really
the
mad
only
again.
Silly Boy.
Hello.
Silly Boy, hello.
Hello,
Should-
Silly Boy.
Do you want me to try and intro myself? Because I think you both did a pretty swilly job of it.
Okay.
What?
Okay.
Were you being swilly or are you being swilly? Yes.
I love Silly Boy. He's
think
he's a love it, hate it
Well, I have
character,
a
I've noticed.
question.
Okay.
He's infuriating, but it's kind of funny how infuriating he is. I think but that's the joke, you know.
Apology then. Sorry about that.
Why have
The funniest thing about Silly Boy is how much it pisses off Zach. Because Zach always starts out finding it like he was laughing just trying to introduce him. But the second he has to actually listen to Mark do that voice for just like a minute, you immediately see him start to lose his patience. Look, there. I knew Jeannie was going to say something.
Well, I have a little confession to make to my.
Imagine if you were
high-hope
dating Mark
friends,
Bernardin.
Woden
If
and
you were his
Zwack,
girlfriend and
'cause
he
I
kept
know
on
I
doing
won't
the silly
sweat
boy voice to you.
I know, but the last times I came into the podcast and you had maybe stiffies before I came
So you
in,
can
and
really
then
see Zach
when
is like,
I
okay, it's
left,
not funny
it went
anymore.
all soft.
Didn't last long at all.
You talked about that on the podcast.
It's the opposite of an erection.
Like just flaccid,
Just so flaccid.
like liquid almost.
Liquid. My dick is liquid.
Your dwicky wicky is
Oh.
licky wicked.
Gross.
Everyone knows
Everyone knows.
that Swilly Boy
Silly Boy.
is not Swilly,
Yeah, he's not silly.
Well, that's what you've claimed in the past. Yes.
but Swilly Boy.
He doesn't have any
and
memorable
12
characters.
Other people are being Swilly. I walk
Do Zach
around
or
twirling people.
Broden
You're
have
Swilly,
memorable
that's Swilly.
characters?
I saw you being Swilly. That
I'm
was
trying
a
to think
Swilly
of one.
thing.
Yes, we've established.
You're being Swilly right
That's why
now.
I said what I said.
My ability to tell if you're being Swilly is getting to win.
Oh my god, wait. I just had a mad flashback. The character that Zach played in the... Oh, hang on. What was his name? Do you remember the skit in the high school classroom where Zach was being the class clown replacement? And he was that, like, hoity-toity, like, 18th century foppish character? What was his name? Sir something or other. Oh my god. Fuck, I need to know. Oh my god, I actually, like, love that character so much, and I want to see more from that. Hang on, Auntie Donna, Zach, class clown. I just want to see the name. Oh, Lord Wellington Moncrief. Okay. Even though it's weird calling it a memorable character when I didn't even remember the name. Like, that seems, like, ironic in a weird way. But, like, that might be my favorite Zack character of all time. Lord Wellington. His, like, dry, upper crust, snooty class clownery was so funny to me. All Mark has really had is the Italian main character. Yeah, like, he just does Italian stereotype jokes for the most part. I've seen plenty of skits where they make fun of the Italian thing just in a general way, but it's not really a character. It's just Italian stereotype joke.
Because you seem very wangly.
Wangly. Angry.
I'm not angry, I'm good.
Broden has some urban cowboy character. I can't
Good,
remember what
love
that
to
was
hear
called
it.
either.
And then I'll do my apology.
There's been more than
You're
one
being
video
very
of that.
swart with me.
Short.
I'm sorry, that's on me. That's on me.
You say every word.
So when a toddler does the W sound, the way you're doing it,
Twaddler.
this
The cowboy?
infantilizing of yourself.
Mm.
When
Yeah,
a
see, that one
toddler
jumps out
does
a bit as
that,
being a
they are replaced.
a
It's
memorable
because they
character.
don't have the ability to say certain consonants. When you add a W, we've covered this, man. We've covered this in
I
previous
have a
podcasts.
confession.
Yeah, but
Then fuck it.
So I realised I listened back to the podcasts a couple of times, and after I, jerked off to them, I realised
Is that guy on screen right now that I paused it on is Zach. The one that can't handle Silly Boy for more than 20 seconds before he gets really bad. Zach has probably got some of the weirdest characters across all the Auntie Donna skits because he's like the weirder comedian out of all of the dudes on the team. But like the Lord Wellington one sends me. I can't believe he's only ever done that once. I want to see that character more. Yeah, the one that just tried to explain it to him and got pissed.
I
You
realised
masturbated to the podcast. You masturbated to you getting
sometimes I get
on
some
the podcast.
clarity after I do that.
That's Mark. The one doing the Silly Boy character, that's Mark. He normally just does like, he's Italian, so he normally just does like Italian stereotype jokes and skits, which I guess is why, like Sham was saying, his Silly Boy character has become iconic now because it's the only thing he does that's not Italian stereotype guy.
It's just for clarity.
You really jerk off to our podcast.
Just for
man.
clarity.
Well, he's not. That's not crazy.
Just for clarity.
It's fine to jerk off while you listen, but you just don't say that shit.
Well, I might
Broden's
be
face just
quite
then.
good, even one way's wing, at pointing out when people are being sweary.
Mm.
I've always sweared that, well, I'm not sweary.
Yeah.
You've said you're not silly.
But I've realised
Yeah.
that sweary boy
Yes.
can boy
Mm.
at times.
Okay.
Silly. Yeah.
Some
You broke character for a second there.
Broden.
Mark
Yeah,
also had a man who loves
You're
cabins.
just dragging it out.
You're dragging it out a little.
Well, it's hard.
Which is silly,
It's
by the
it
way.
is sweary. And that ties into my confession.
Don't start
Please
again.
just confess, man.
Don't start again. I imagine the confession is that he's silly.
He's realised that he's silly. Is that what you've realised after you jerked off
He's realized he's silly.
to the sounds of our voices?
My point is that from time to
This
time,
set design is tripping me out, man.
sweary boy.
I can't stop staring at some of those
Please don't,
portraits.
please
They're,
don't, please.
they're freaking me out a little bit.
I can't.
What? I lost my train of
Oh
thought.
my God.
What was I swearing?
What's your confession?
What makes you frustrated?
I don't want to talk about it with you. I don't know what it is. Can I say something, silly boy?
Yes.
I'm still oscillating. I feel sick sometimes.
What are you wash away?
But you are making me laugh in a way that you haven't before. There are moments
Wet?
of joy here. I still find the sexual stuff and the infantilization quite sickening. But
That's pretty much
I think
Jeannie's
at
reaction in a
your
nutshell.
core there, I think
Well,
this
when you- what
realization
sexual?
you've had,
What?
jerking off
That's
while
not
listening to our
sexual.
podcast.
That's what we. I don't want to get blue balls.
Release.
You're welcome to jerk off. If anyone listening right now is jerking off to Silly Boy, you're welcome to do that. I just don't need to know.
It's probably. It wasn't a sexual thing.
Okay.
It was just. Well, I have blue balls.
I don't have an issue with the jerking off. I have an issue with you coming into my space and telling me you jerked off.
Well, I'm just very honest and sweary. That's my confession.
Great.
Auntie Donna.
Oh my god, there's a weird cat in the poster. It has a bum eye. Oh my god, Silly Boy. Silly Boy is the one thing that would make me scared to go to a live show of Auntie Donna, because I can see them doing a bit that's kind of like an ironic bit where they bring out Silly Boy on stage live, and then he proceeds to basically obnoxiously waste your time and annoy the audience for like 25 minutes straight until everyone is losing their fucking minds and wants to leave. That's a funny concept from a trolling point of view, but I'm just imagining myself in the audience being like, huh, yeah, Silly Boy's funny, but 25 minutes later of listening to him might drive me insane. They just start throwing fruit at Silly Boy. I think that might just encourage him more. Oh my god. You love to hate him. Something important. I was trying to remember before this video ended. Let me see if I can find it. Ninja Turtles. That was it. They have a final trailer out before the release of the film. I wanted to check that out still. Paramount Pictures. There he is. Hello. How many trailers have we seen from this, right? They've actually deleted... Wait, they've turned off the comments. Oh, they've uploaded to YouTube Kids. Why? Do they know what that does when you check that box? Not a good move, Paramount Pictures. Not a good move. Now no one can comment on how cool the turtles look. I think this is trailer 3. I think there was a teaser. There was the official trailer, which is where we got all the story about the mutants and everything. And this must be 3. Do you reckon Saw X will be any good? I mean, normally I would say no, because we've got too many Saw sequels now, and they've kind of driven themselves into the ground. But I did see the synopsis for Saw X, and the synopsis is not the worst. It does take it back. It looked like the storyline was an origin story of sorts for... What's that guy's name? The guy behind the whole thing? Behind the puppet? You know the iconic actor. When you ever see his face, you're like, hey, he's the Saw guy. The synopsis and the color grading have you somewhere. Color grading, that's a very specific reason to be excited. No, but I saw the synopsis was about him being diagnosed, and then they went to do something to save his life, and they fucked him over. And so he was basically turning on all the people involved at the hospital to torture them for fucking him over. And then what he does to them becomes like the catalyst for what he does to more people in the future films. The new ones didn't have the gritty look this one does. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's not really the color grading then. It's more so the cinematography, production design. Like, they've given it the more grounded, gritty look again. Just in general. Like, all the visual aspects. But yeah, I haven't watched the Saw movies in a while, but I have seen most of the trailers, and I do know what you mean by them starting to look a bit plastic. But I think there's some content to mine there with his actual like origin and what drove him to the psycho shit that he does. It is kind of an obvious move to make when you've got no other things to do with the franchise, like rewind it back, give us like a prequel explaining more shit. It's not like it's the most original idea in the world, but at least it's something. It's not just another Saw that takes place after the other Saws where you have to one up all the plot twists yet again. 2 weeks is the longest my legs have gone feeling smooth after using hair or shaving. Holy shit, that is a long period to not regrow hair. I'm actually kind of jealous. I want that for my pubes. If I can clean up down there and have it not grow back within 24 hours, I'd be stoked. I want to be smooth. I almost said like a Ken doll, but that has a different connotation. That's not what I meant. That area, yeah, is a problem. Yeah, it pisses me off because I really like shaving completely clean down there, but like in 24 hours it turns into like that prickly sandpaper shit, and that's not good either. I really want to get like laser done, because I've heard from female friends that are like in the modeling kind of space that they've had like the very expensive like laser sessions done over a period of time, and now they don't ever have to shave because like nothing grows back. It's just like bald there constantly, and I was like, that is amazing. I need that. I want that for me. I just don't know how comfortable it would be having a laser that close to your balls, or like literally on your, because you're also lasering hair off balls, and that sounds horrifying. Your wiki is okay. Sham. Birdman Sham is going to get himself a ban. That rhymed, bars. If you start turning into Silly Boy in the chat, my eye's going to start twitching. Also, I should probably not respond with some like sick bars like I did, because that's just going to encourage you more if I start like dropping verses on you. I know that'll encourage you because that's like your whole thing. You have to get the hair removed for surgery and that area just grows like weeds. I mean, wow. That was a graphic visual. You should be a writer, Genie. That was vivid. Okay. I'm gonna watch this Ninja Turtles thing.
We have a very important mission for tonight. We must use stealth and cunning to
I'm pretty
infiltrate the
mad
human
keen for
world
this.
and retrieve Gogurt.
Yes, the eyes.
Okay, Batman. Dude, what? I'm just trying to hype you guys up. Let's go!
From Seth Rogen comes a movie that
I like the natural vibe they've nailed with the kids talking over each other.
Amazing, insane. All right, tell me more.
it's effortlessly cool and visually stunning.
Also, the soundtrack has been on point.
Out of the movies this year.
That seems very dangerous.
Eat danger for breakfast.
Actually, I eat pizza with bits of waffles on it.
Bits of waffles on
The
pizza.
funniest cast ever assembled.
There's an idea.
Yes, bro.
Did that say Paul Rudd?
Oh man.
Post Malone.
We're the only ones who can do this.
I think Paul Rudd is the frog.
I'm awesome. We're brothers. We fight together. We're just getting started.
Damn, this looks good.
Yeah, she sounded like a leader.
I do? Oh, I do! Oh, I sound like such a leader.
And you ruined it.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I was literally about to say you ruined it.
Remember, don't let any human see you.
That's not the same room. That was some trailer shenanigans.
Theaters, August 2nd. Get your tickets now.
I heard that, hang on. The thing that has me most amused by this whole thing, voice acting wise, where's the names? Where is she? Not Maya Rudolph. Rose Byrne. The Australian actress Rose Byrne. I heard that she plays Leatherhead, the giant crocodile thing, and they had her basically do the most exaggeratedly over-the-top Australian accent, like thick. Like comedically thick Australian accent, and that has me so stoked. I didn't know what to make of Rose Byrne being hired to voice Leatherhead. That seemed like a weird connection. But I really want to hear her doing super Australian as a giant crocodile. Is she thick with that accent? Ninja Squirtle. Did he say Gogurt? I think he did. I was gonna watch Brandy Love. Now I can't stop looking at her forehead. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. I didn't mean to ruin your wank. I don't get to say that often about other men, but I apologize deeply. From the bottom of my heart. It's actually breaking me. Leatherhead was Cajun in the cartoon. But I'm down with an Australian gender bend. I think the gender bend was interesting to me when I first heard about her name being attached. I'm like, okay, they've gender bent the crocodile. Cool. I don't get it, but I'll have to hear it to see what the idea is. And then when I heard that they basically had her do exaggerated over-the-top Australian, I was like, oh, now I get it. That was the key. That was the key I was missing. As soon as I found that out, I was like, solid. I'm on board. I don't know what Paul Rudd's doing as the frog. I heard him briefly then. Hang on, where is he?
Amazing, insane.
I want to hear that again. Where's the bit where they roll call the actors and they show all the villains? Here we go.
With the funniest cast ever assembled.
Surprise! Yes, bro.
Oh, I just heard Rose Byrne. Ready? G'day. Oh no. It looks like they're all doing monster voices. Paul Rudd was doing like a kind of voice. Sorry, I just did like a Scooby-Doo sound for some reason. That was meant to be monster and I did Scooby-Doo. What the fuck? Sorry, Scooby. Not really feeling Post Malone, just in general. Ice Cube is kind of funny as the Fly. John Cena and Seth Rogen are going to be a good pair as Bebop and Rocksteady. That's pretty solid. It's kind of weird hearing Jackie Chan's voice in Splinter. It's just so uniquely Jackie that it's more Jackie in my mind than it is Splinter. Normally I'd be concerned that would take me out of it, but I have a feeling actually watching the movie, you'd probably get over it pretty quickly if you have that issue. I don't think I'm going to be thinking about that more than like past one scene. I think it's just because we're used to. You know why it is? I just realized. It's because every single Splinter that has ever been voice acted in anything Turtles related has always had that very upstanding, regal, monkish voice, like my sons. You must carry yourself with dignity, and that, like, it's always like more Asian than that, but he's always had this very like classy, what's the best way to describe it? Like monkish, like serious, no nonsense kind of like vibe to his voice. And I guess Jackie is a bit more of a goofy voice. I don't mean for that to sound negative, but it is very different from how we're used to hearing like the tone of Splinter. So I think that's the only reason why it jarred me at first, but I don't think it's gonna bother me at all when watching the movie. It's just something that I wanted to point out. I can't wait. When does this movie come out? August the 2nd? Wait, is this out? Did this just come out? Are people watching this right now? I was going to say, I can't wait for the movie to come out so I can see what the conservative YouTube toxic whining bunch are going to try and pull on this movie. Like, are they going to make videos with the go woke go broke thumbnails whining about the black nerdy April O'Neil? I think that might be the only thing I can imagine they would jump on. I don't see anything else in the trailer. I mean, no one's going to complain about gender bent Leatherhead, because who the fuck gives two craps about a D-list Ninja Turtles villain? But I can totally see quartering videos and maybe even Ben Shapiro videos claiming that, you know, yet again the downfall of Hollywood because they made April O'Neil a nerdy black girl, completely ignoring the fact that she was black in like the original graphic novel. But, you know, nobody looks up that kind of information when they do reporting like that. They have their agenda and they're going to jump on whatever shallow info they can grab and not even research any of it. Let's test this theory real quick on YouTube. What's it called? Mutant Mayhem? Let's see if anyone is being a little bitch. There's a Tyrone Magnus. That doesn't say nothing. Oh, I found one. Check this out. From Melanie Mac Go Boom. Some random brunette on YouTube. 46k views. Splinter has a boyfriend in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem. Thumbnail. Forced LGBT indoctrination? Not her. Do you know this person? Is she known for this bullshit? Melanie Mac Go Boom. Can I search her name without... No, don't give reviews. Search. Melanie Mac Go Boom. I want to get a vibe of what people think about this person. Here's her Twitter. Came across her and watched a video and couldn't believe what I was hearing from her. Oh my god. The very top thing on her Twitter is a clip of Andrew Tate. Okay, she's being anti Andrew Tate. That is a plus. What does her bio say? Gamer, carnivore, Jesus freak. Oh, she's a religie. She's one of them religies. That explains her negative video about forced LGBT indoctrination. If she's super religious, she might be not all that conservative about some things. For example, Tate. She's probably on the right side of the misogyny, sexism stuff. But when it comes to like LGBT, she's probably kind of nasty. Which is a shame, because sometimes you see these people online that have like a following, and it's like you look at the list of like social commentary things like sexism, misogyny. You look at racism stuff. You look at homophobia stuff. You look at Trumpy stuff. You look at like all the possible things you could have an opinion on that you can go right or left with. And sometimes they're on the right side of all of them, except for one that is very specific to who they are as a person. It's like Ben Shapiro, for example, might not have turned out to be the worst person in the world if it wasn't for the fact that he's so religious that it just makes him like mad homophobic. And then from that stems out a bunch of other bigotry as well, that he ties all back to the Bible as his excuse. The Bible says this, and that's why this is the right thing. That's his whole deal. He always goes back to that shit. And I'm just like, how am I supposed to take you as this intellectual you always carry yourself as, or claim you are, when like your arguments to me sound like someone trying to tell me something about science using Harry Potter as your evidence? Like, can you imagine having a debate or an argument about something factual with someone, and their entire argument is based on fucking Goblet of Fire, and they keep on pointing to what Hermione did, and that's why you should believe their side of the argument? It's like talking to a 6-year-old. That's, to me, it might seem a little aggressive and mean to people that are religious, because they're not all bad people, but I'm not, and I don't have any respect for it. So that's just what it feels like to me when you have to have any kind of debate, political or scientific or otherwise, with someone whose entire worldview is based on fiction from the dawn of time that some dickwad wrote to try and indoctrinate the masses into some kind of like faux religious control bullshit state. I mean, it was clever, I guess. I mean, the Bible thing happened so long ago. I guess whoever started that shit was quite genius. If you want to control everybody, especially the dawn of time when science wasn't really a thing, start a cult. Like, that's all Christianity was. It was a cult. And it just happened so long ago, and it's so old that it's become a real thing now. People don't look at it as a cult. They look at it as a real way of life. It's time. That's all it is. You look at all these cults now that seem crazy, and what you would never look at them as anything but a cult. But like, take them back to when Christianity started, and they would seem normal now, and millions of people would be involved, and it would just seem like business as usual. Sorry, I'm actually pretty hot in this thing. That's why I keep on dabbing myself. I can't believe I found one that easily. Goddamn girl. I wonder if she's got any religious stuff in her Twitter as well. Hang on. So everyone is talking about April O'Neil. Some of these designs, never mind. Here's my original character. I wonder if she's... Oh my god. She might also be a April O'Neil hater. Most of the rest of her Twitter is fairly normal, except for the occasional Christian meme. What the fuck is this? Oh, she's into comics. She gets them graded. There's a bumhole ham. I kind of forgot that I really shouldn't be... She likes Death Note. Jesus Christ is Lord. Oh my god. I can't reconcile between her liking Death Note and her being like Christ is Lord religious. That is so trippy. Leave gaming alone. Anita Sarkeesian shuts down feminist frequency. She's taking shots at feminist arguments in gaming. That could be an either-or thing, depending on what she's trying to say there. I'm not going to watch the video to find out. It's 21 minutes, man. She isn't against Tate for reasons you think. Oh, really? I was trying to give her some kind of benefit of the doubt. Is Tate religy? Is he about that shit? I never paid enough attention. Whoa. Okay. I found the one that made me hate her. Here's a post of her calling Neil deGrasse Tyson retarded. Yep, lost me. That that actually infuriates me. Son of a bitch. Then again, he is a scientist, which means he is the direct enemy of her kind. She posts a lot of steak. The fuck is with that? Anyway, I'm gonna jump off her real quick before I get too distracted. Nah, no one slanders Neil deGrasse Tyson on my watch. And she used the R word too. I thought that was cancelable nowadays. Anyway. What can I do to distract myself? Mortal Kombat. That's what I can do. I haven't watched the Mortal Kombat Keeper of Time trailer yet. I think you told me this was out like the day after one of my Sunday streams. So I was like, wow, it's going to be a long time before I get to actually watch this. Construct time, manipulate destiny. Can one change destiny? It's just synopsis, mumbo jumbo. Let's go. I'm stoked. Liu Kang's got a very baby-faced look recently. It's very chubby in the cheeks.
Duty is my highest calling.
Is this the Sand guy from the previous game? I forget his name. Oh yeah, I see Sand. Could smash his head with an hourglass. Cool beans. His combos are hard to track. Like animation-wise, it'd be hard to predict what he's doing.
A celestial object
If you're trying to counter it, I mean.
beyond the realms. The hourglass regulates time and destiny.
Oh, this trailer is all about this dude. So he can freeze someone in time and pile on damage while they can't move, and then all the damage basically kicks in once time starts going forward again.
I have watched you with the hourglass. You are relishing your role as Earthrealm's protector.
Wow, Melina's getting rocked.
Those with power must know how to use it wisely.
Those cameo combos are so cool.
You altered the destinies of certain malefactors to neutralize them.
Malefactors? Mr. Thesaurus over here.
Is a complex endeavor.
Any damage to the guts and colon and stuff is always cringe.
Your vision of peace.
Did that leave the Mortal Kombat symbol on the ground, charred around the corpse? That's cool. Liu Kang knows his branding. Whoa. Yes. I'm sorry. Okay. That was nuts. The Jean-Claude Van Damme skin for Johnny Cage in the combat pack. That is cool. I did not know they were doing a Jean-Claude Van Damme skin. Why aren't they, like, playing that up more? I'm gonna screenshot that. Garrus, they said his name at the beginning of the trailer. So is he the guy from the previous one? The sand dude. He is? Okay, cool. He looked different enough that I wasn't entirely sure if it was the same guy or someone similar. Like another god. Sorry, before the fatalities kicked in, there was something that I just thought was this kick is sending me. Hang on. Full screen that shit. This Liu Kang kick right here, this is everything. Dude. Ooh. I felt that in my nads. That was dope. That was styling. Rip the bicycle kick. I mean, the bicycle kick is hilarious, but that kick was cool. And it kind of like stylistically made more sense, I guess. It's still breaking physics, but you know what it reminds me of? Donnie Yen. It looks like a souped up, slightly physically impossible video game version of the Donnie Yen kick. Because Donnie Yen was known for his triple fly kick that he can actually do for real, in real life, unassisted. He does it in Blade 2, I think, where he like fly kicks you, but he kicks you 3 times before he lands back on the ground. It felt like Liu Kang was like basically doubling that. He turned his triple kick into a six kicker with spinning. I feel like if I played this game as Liu Kang, I would basically just be doing that kick. I would just be spamming that shit because that looks so cool. I can't get over it. It's so amazing. That's my favorite part about watching Mortal Kombat trailers is when they show like that one new move or fatality that blows your mind and you just want to talk about that. There's always one. There's always one. Oh god, it's so hot. Jesus. Okay. It's sad to see Melina getting her ass beat so much, though. They used her as a punching bag in that trailer a lot. I mean, I guess it's not that she doesn't deserve it. She is kind of evil, but still. She's so hot in that new Mortal Kombat. She's babing. There's a summer spotlight here. Hang on a sec. This could be good. Since we're just watching something gaming related. Xbox has released an official Summer Spotlight of 2023 trailer. I think this might be like a montage of upcoming summer games. I'm not sure if this is indie related or not. It might be indie related. No, Armored Core's in here. Immortals of Avium. Okay, those are not indie. So it's basically just a bit of everything, I think. Probably a lot of multi-platform too. It doesn't seem like this is Xbox focused. Okay, Armored Core 6. Did you see the controversy that was going around on the internet about Armored Core? There's a bunch of younger gamers that are ripping on the game for, according to them, looking like shit. And a bunch of other people are then ripping into them for being like spoilt modern gamers who don't understand quality when they see it. Because obviously, like, all games look different. And if, let's say, the texture resolution of Armored Core 6 is maybe not on the highest end Unreal Engine style scale, because the game has got such massive environments and so much large-scale, explosive, particle-filled mech combat going on, that maybe you're balancing the graphics in a way so that the frame rate stays juicy. Like, that's cool. That's fine. That's how gaming works. That's how game development works. But it's like, there's a lot of spoiled younger, like, Zoomer generation gamers that hate on like almost every single game that comes out because just everything looks shit to them. And like Armored Core's been copping a bunch of that recently. And it's a lot of old hardcore gaming hats are like fighting back, and it's caused these fiery debates on Twitter about whether Armored Core's graphics look good or don't look good. and it's a bit ridiculous. There's Immortals. WrestleQuest, the wrestling RPG, which kind of seems hilarious. This is that survival RTS. I didn't play Moving Out 1, but I do love Overcooked. Double Dragon Gaiden? That look cool. This is something we saw at last year's Summer Game Fest. Forgot about the game existed. Oregon Trail with new graphics. Weird. Didn't know they were doing that. There's a crab game that's coming out that's like a Souls-like. Maybe that's what that crab was referencing. Blasphemous 2. First one got good reviews. Sims 4 Horse Ranch expansion? Alright. Under the Waves looks kind of cool, but I'm not sure what that was. Neon Platformer, Wandering Village, that's the RTS on the back of the giant. Yep. Trine 5, I can't believe this franchise is still going. It used to be a PlayStation exclusive. What happened with that? F1, blank. Okay, cool, I guess. There's a few things in there that I'm looking forward to. Crab fight has been out a while. I'm not talking about crab fight. I know what you're talking about, where you have the weapon in each claw and it's very physics-based. There's something else that's crab-related that's like a open-world Souls-like. Crab Souls-like. It's called Another Crab's Treasure. That's the one I'm talking about. Crab Fight is more of a physics-based fighting game. Like a one-on-one or whatever. In small arenas. This is actually like a Souls-like exploration, adventure, combat game. Souls-like set in an underwater world. As a hermit crab, you wear the trash around you. So the RPG elements of this is the fact that you're a hermit crab and you can swap out what you wear as your weapon and armor loadout kind of thing. I love Polygon's article. Finally, a crustacean-themed Souls-like. Finally. We've been waiting so many years. Johnny was conceptualized using Jean-Claude as the base. Yeah, I remember that. That was one of those like old Mortal Kombat lore things that I regularly forget about. And then sometimes I'm reminded and I'm like, oh yeah. I can't believe they never got Johnny Cage to play him in the movie. Even back in the 90s when he was closer to, like, in his prime. I think it would have been an easy choice. There must have been some reason he couldn't. I bet they tried to get him. He probably said no. I kind of want to play Hermit Crab Souls-like. It's been a while. The last Souls-like I played was, what's that game I played on stream? I kind of liked it. Mortal Shell. The divisive Souls-like. A lot of people don't like Mortal Shell, but I dug it. Except for the fact that it screwed me out of an achievement. That was a bit sad. Yeah, that was a while back now. That was last year, I think. I think it's about time for another Souls-like soon. We'll see what's on the list of potential Souls-likes I haven't played yet. Can't really afford to buy one new, but I'm sure there's options. You know what? I never finished Bloodborne. I could always go back and replay Bloodborne because I have actually forgotten everything I've done in that game, so I could play it fresh from the beginning and I wouldn't remember jack shit. In fact, I always planned to do that because of how I fell off playing that game because of school. Let's see. I think there might be a new Godzilla movie. Hold up. This is important. Like actual Toho Godzilla, not Hollywood Godzilla. What's it called? Godzilla -1. What the fuck does that mean? Did you ever... You would have done Bloodborne for sure, right? Because you've always been a PlayStation gamer, and that usually means that if it's an exclusive, you've probably been there, done that. Those would be the first games you'd probably flock towards just because, like, that's your console of choice is bread and butter. Although, Bloodborne's more on the spooky end, isn't it? And you don't seem to generally like horror. I mean, it's not a horror game, but it's probably the spookiest of any FromSoft Souls-like that they've ever made. There was some kind of... from the stuff I remember playing in Bloodborne, I remember there was a few elements to it that I find kind of chilling. There's a very Lovecraftian element in it. I can't remember exactly how it works, but there's some very, very large interdimensional creatures that exist in the world that you can't see but are always watching you. And there's a way in the late game to make them appear so you can actually see them in the environment. And they're these horrible interdimensional Cthulhu Lovecraftian things that are like wrapped around the cathedral that are just like looking at you. And like, I think that's all you really can do is just see them. Like, they're not like a boss or anything, but that shit kind of chilled me a little bit. Because I love Lovecraftian stuff. I find that stuff usually fairly creepy. I'm not a big fan of just, oh, it's a monster from space and it wants to eat you. That stuff's a bit boring. Supernatural monsters and possession, ghosts and all that stuff usually kind of bores me. But Lovecraftian fear of the unknown stuff, that stuff vibes with me a little bit. And Bloodborne's got a bit of that vibe in it. You didn't play it till you tried your brother's copy, and it was after DLC came out. I think my copy was a copy that was like the Game of the Year edition disc. So I think that also had the DLC in it as well. And I played through part of it, and then I went to film school, and I had no time to game, so that just fell off completely, which was sad. Anyway, 30-second Godzilla trailer. I don't know if we're going to see anything interesting. Post-war, Japan has lost everything. Is this after Oppenheimer? Okay, they're going back to the war. Interesting. From 0 to minus. Whoa, dude.
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
-1.
-1. Their visual effects has gone up. They never used to be able to do good visual effects like Hollywood did, and now all of a sudden it's like they're pulling it out, man. They are a boss fight. They're called Armadalas. Didn't know how to pronounce it, so I went with Natalie Portman. Fuck, that looked cool, man. Wait, I gotta back this up real quick. I want to see some stills of this. Gojira. -1. Where is he? Where's my boy? Oh my god, yes. That is a sexy Godzilla. Wow. What a boy. Hang on. Can I get another sexy frame? There's a foot stepping on people. Love it. There's a train being dropped. There's a lot of motion blur, so I can't really see what's going on. I think that's it. That's all the Godzilla you can see in this trailer. The name is weird to me, but I think I know what they're getting at. Like, they're saying this is post-war and Japan is at its worst, right? That's a setup for the movie. I think what they're getting at is, if you consider Japan being at 0 after being bombed after the war, like they've got nothing, this is the end. Then heaping on the problem of Godzilla on top of that, after they're already fucked and they've already hit rock bottom, is putting them in -1. That is a very convoluted way to explain the name, but I think that's literally what they're going for. Based solely on what they said at the start. Post-war, Japan has lost everything. From 0 to minus. Yep. So because of America Hiroshimaing them, they hit rock bottom. They're at 0. Now they've also got to deal with Godzilla, -1. They're a country currently existing at -1. It's a bit convoluted, but okay. They're trying to be clever. Give them points for trying to be interesting with their art. Even if it's trying a little hard, maybe. They could have just called it Godzilla, oh, now we're double fucked. It could have been the name. Hang on, why have I got 2 windows here open? No, screw that. Okay. Why am I getting a related thing for another Godzilla trailer? Hang on. Godzilla versus Kong versus Justice League. What? Heroes versus Monsters. Universe-shattering crossover event of the year. Oh, it's a comic trailer. It's a video trailer for an upcoming comic book. Got it. Godzilla versus Kong versus Justice League. What a weird pull. It's a double-length trailer from the actual real Godzilla trailer. Oh, it's gonna be animated panels from the comic itself, probably. Barely animated panels. Clark Kent is concerned about the sudden appearance of Godzilla. Wonder Woman is drawn very well. That was hard. Is that Black Manta? Dude. Wow, man. Wait, so the Justice League is fighting both Kong and Godzilla at the same time? Because I saw Green Lantern fighting Kong in that cover, while Superman was fighting Godzilla. What the hell is the plot? Godzilla and Kong just show up? And the Justice League's like, alright, well, this may as well be happening. That's pretty funny, actually. I do love that panel of this guy said it as well. Image of Superman flying towards Godzilla was epic. I agree. Good panel. I want to find a picture of that somewhere. They could have just done Godzilla versus Justice League. It's interesting that they went with Godzilla versus Kong and then also versus Justice League. Because Justice League's not allying with Kong. They're actually fighting both of them. Which means Kong and Godzilla were fighting first. And then Justice League tries to take them both down. And it just turns into a clusterfuck, I guess. Marvel should try to match them with that. Godzilla versus Kong versus Avengers. Just release one of each and see which one's better. I would enjoy that kind of rivalry. Just directly copying each other, but trying to do a better version of what the other people's doing. That would be pretty sweet. I think it's the first time I've ever watched a trailer for a comic book on my stream. But I didn't know what that was when I clicked on it, so... yeah. There's a whole bunch of other animated shit coming up now on my related YouTubes because I looked at a comic book trailer. Delicious in Dungeon. What is this? Oh, it's a Netflix series. Wait a minute. I think it's a Netflix anime. Watch Laos and his fellow adventurers move, speak, and eat. What? Delicious Dungeon brought to life in this anime series. Take a look at the dynamic scenes of Laos and his companions as they hear their voices as they eat the monsters that appear in the dungeons. What the fuck is this? Wait, I need to know what this is. This sounds like a dungeon crawler, except you eat the monsters. A Japanese fantasy comedy seinen manga series written and illustrated by Ryoko Kui. Series is published in Enterbrain's Harta magazine. Studio Trigger is set to premiere in January 2024. Television series. In a fantasy world of dungeon exploration, guilds go out on expeditions to raid dungeons, so it's basically an MMO. Many hope to find the mysterious Golden Kingdom, which is said to be the treasure of a certain island dungeon. It's a bit One Piecey. The story begins as a group of 6 adventurers attempt to slay a dragon. They are forced to escape, losing the lead sister, Felon, to the dragon's stomach. After this failure, 2 members of the group leave to join another band of adventurers, leaving only the leader and Marcial, an elven spellcaster, to grieve. Feeling indebted to their closest teammate Phelan, who used magic to teleport the team outside to safety, the remainder of the team brainstorm how to get back to the dungeon level with the dragon in time to save her from digestion. Much like old versions of Dungeons and Dragons, the team members consider the cost of weapons, defense, and recruitment fees for more team members and food. So it goes into the mechanics of dungeon crawling. With the majority of their supplies left behind in the dungeon, their mission seems impossible until Lao suggests they sustain themselves by finding food inside the dungeon. He has secretly wanted to eat dungeon monsters for a long time and presents Chilchuck and Marcial with a cookbook about making meals from monsters in an attempt to convince them of his plan. They agree reluctantly and return to the dungeon. The first floor is filled with adventurers and resembles a marketplace. This is where the team meets Senshi, a dwarf who has 10 years of experience, sustaining himself in the dungeon by cooking monsters. The story then details their travels through the dungeon, environments, traps, and monsters they encounter, and the meals they create out of the monsters. The pros and cons of the meat, of the different meals, and the characters' reactions to them, providing a running gag. That is kind of hilarious. What a concept. Okay. Now I'm actually kind of keen to see it in action. I think a lot of that plot, though, was over-explaining itself. I mean, you could summarize that better as, in order to defeat a dungeon to rescue his sister, a team of broke adventurers try to get through a dungeon by eating the monsters that they kill. Like, you could simplify that a lot more, but they kind of went into a lot of extra detail at the beginning there about the setup. Is this a trailer or just a scene? Oh, it is a trailer. I like the art style, it's cute.
ひょっとしなくてもお前前から魔物を食べる機会を伺ってただろ。
サソリ鍋か。しかしそのやり方には
There's the dwarf that knows what he's doing.
できたぞ。
The monster chef.
私にもちょうだい。
She's into it.
おいしい。
The mouth-watering dungeon. What was that saying? The mouth-watering dungeon gourmet story finally gets animated. Alright. This does seem like an anime that would make you hungry, because they're going to focus on food a lot, and the preparation of said food. It's probably going to start out gross, and then going to get kind of yummy with the end results.
そこには上も下もなく、ただひたすらに食は生の特権であった。ダンジョン飯。ああ、ダンジョン飯。
I love the name as well, Delicious in Dungeon.
これを今日の昼飯にしてみよう。
Mushroom guy. Yep, Studio Trigger. I feel like so much of that is predicated on the food angle of the things they're killing that it's going to be a bit like playing Monster Hunter or Final Fantasy 15 or Yakuza, where like the food is like unnaturally well detailed to the point of making you like salivate when you look at it, more so than like other games. There's not that many games that I could put on that list of games that put an absurd amount of effort into rendering their food, and lots of it. Like in Yakuza, there is so many different meals you can get from so many different restaurants, and they all look amazing. Those plates are so well rendered. Delish. And I haven't played Final Fantasy 15 yet, but I do remember seeing a lot of screenshots of the food that you can get in that game when you stop at campfires or locations and work on your cooking, and it all looked even better than Yakuza. Yakuza doesn't make me salivate. I'm too picky. Well, the thing is that more than half of the foods they show in Yakuza, I don't know what they are, and I can't even tell you whether I would like it or not. But it always looks cool. So, like, even though I don't know what I'm looking at, just the fact that it's so well rendered, it just makes me hungry. Even though, like, for all I know, I'd try whatever that was and I would find it disgusting. I'm generally not a person that's disgusted by food before I've tried it. Like, I'm not going to... Most of the time, I don't look at food and go, okay, I hate that already just from looking at it. Like, I'll stay on the side of food until I've tried it, and then I'll decide. And even then, sometimes... Like, if it's chili, it's probably not going to go well for me. I'm not a big fan of burning. But if it's weird shit like eating sheep's brains or bull testicles, I mean, I've tried both of those things and they were both actually pretty decent. I didn't hate it. You'd recognize Smile Burger or the New York style hot dog signs? See, those just generally sound delicious. I don't know how Smile Burger and New York style hot dogs differ from regular burgers and regular hot dogs, but I like burgers and hot dogs. So already I'm getting hungry. That is I also like the stakes. I like the stakes of that anime. I like the time limit imposed by how long it takes someone to digest after being swallowed whole in a dragon's stomach. Because they know she's alive going in, but how long does it take for a person to die in a dragon's digestive tract is the question they have to ask themselves when rescuing his sister. I think that's a very unique and interesting time limit level of stakes to put on your story. That's fun. It also means there's probably not that many places this show can go. It's probably a one-off. Like, after one season, or 1 or 2 seasons of them exploring the one dungeon and saving the girl, like, that's your story, basically. If you wanted to make more seasons, you just have to come up with other stuff that happens in the universe, which would then divert away from the purity of that original concept, which I think would make it worse. I would like it if that was just a one-season, one-off anime, and that's all it was. Just this perfect little thing. Animes don't do that enough. Too many want to go on forever, like a One Piece or a Naruto, and not many manage to pull that off. Unfortunately, they just peter out. Okay, Netflix. What did you send? Oh, you sent 2 things. Oh, Rurouni Kenshin. New or old? That's just being brought to Crunchyroll. Hold up, I'll tell if I watch it. It's a new one. Okay. Oh yeah, that's pretty crisp. That is definitely not the style of the original.
日村謙信、それが拙者の今の名前でござる。
誰にだって語りたくない過去の一つや二つあっておかしくないわ。
他人から憐れみを受けるほど落ちちゃいねえ。ここは命がけでも助けに行く。
気に入ったぜあんた。俺の喧嘩買わねえか。
片時も離れたくないくらいよ。
Oh, she's attractive.
その剣で自由に人を守り続けるため、謙信は流れるように生きる。
Is this a continuation of Samurai X stuff? Or is this like a reimagining, reboot, redoing? Oh no. Oh god, no. Damn it, SME. It's like FMA Brotherhood to FMA. Oh, okay, so it's basically them taking another swing at it, but trying to do it better. Or more accurate to manga. Because that's what Full Metal Brotherhood was, right? It's basically them just doing the show again, but trying to do it more accurate to the manga without the filler and all that stuff. I mean, this might be controversial to say, as someone who has genuinely liked anime for large chunks of my life. I've never been an anti-filler guy. I know that there's nothing special about filler and fans generally don't like it, but like it's never actually affected me. Like people would say to me like, "Oh, that section sucked because that was filler." And I just never feel that way. Like I'm always like, "Oh, okay. Like that's unfortunate. Like that's fine. You can hate that." But like for me personally, I never know what's filler and what isn't filler. And when you tell me what was filler, it's like, well, I didn't dislike that. That's just something else they did. Naruto filler feels boring. See, I've never had that reaction to any filler. Like when you tell me that like these 4 or 5 episodes in Naruto where they go off to the beach and do this little side story was filler, I understand immediately what you mean, because as soon as you say that, I'm like, oh, of course, it's like a short side story down at a beach that doesn't seem to connect to anything. Because when they came back, they just went back to doing main story stuff. So I can see how that is filler and how that could be lifted out and it wouldn't affect the main flow of the show. But I've never disliked that stuff because I kind of like filler in a weird way, because I like diverting from the status quo of a show or a plot and where it's meant to be going to basically deal with other stuff, because it feels more true to life that like, oh, this week we're just over here doing this now. And if it's some kind of goofy, lighthearted thing that's just a character piece, where it's just some funny shit that happened between Naruto and Sakura and Hinata or something, then like, I like that flavor. I like taking the time or the break to do some lighthearted stuff that just builds character, has some funny, cute relationship building moments that have no stakes or no connection to the really serious shit. And then when we go back to the serious stuff that we're actually there for, the actual main story, it's like, I feel like my connection or understanding of these characters has grown because I've spent the off time with them on other things as well. So it might be bullshit, but I kind of enjoy spending bullshit time with characters. It's like, this is not a good example because a lot of people would agree with me on this, but it's kind of like in the Marvel movies. Some of my favorite moments are the moments where the characters are just hanging out, being human beings with each other. Like when you get a scene where Tony Stark, Steve Rogers, and Thor are just hanging out at the Avengers HQ, walking down a corridor, just talking about something. Like, that stuff is juicy. I love that stuff. Like, I don't always want it to be world-ending stakes and let's go to the next plot point. It's great to see them in their downtime just filling in character air and relationship stuff between each other. You just hate it when it's boring. That's fair. I mean, that's the thing about the word boring, though, is that it means different things to different people. Like, we could both watch the same thing and I could find it boring and you could find it exciting. Like, it's always going to be different. I've just never been particularly bored by any anime's filler because I've always kind of enjoyed changing gears and spend, like, if it's completely meaningless, slapstick, stupid relationship comedy shit that is totally different from the action-packed, high-stakes violence parts of the show, then I'm kind of into that. I want that change in the roller coaster to happen more often than not. And the reason I said the Avengers example is probably a bad one is because it's not really the same, because most people would agree that some of the most enjoyable parts of an Avengers movie is, for example, in Age of Ultron, when they're just having that party and they're just hanging out chatting between them, and you get to see some of the clashing superhero personalities in like their off time, just like joking around and interacting with each other. That stuff is very good. I don't think enough comic book superhero stuff does that. We need more of that in that kind of genre, in that content. Because I get that Thor can fly and throw a hammer, and I get that Tony Stark's suit can fire lasers into alien faces. I want to watch Tony and Thor sitting on a couch arguing over religion. And Steve. Because all three of them would have very different things to say about that. And I want to see them butt heads over it. I think that stuff is really entertaining. Also, Banner and Tasha flirting. I remember that happened at the party as well, and that was unexpected and kind of cute. You know what? I'm going to actually mute this for a bit and just watch the visuals. Because I'm kind of scared of SME. I'm tired of them getting angry at me. I'm glad that this trailer warned me in the subtitles. That's not something they do very often. It's very well animated. The art looks nice. Good timing on the last guitar riff. I wonder if they're going to still pull me up on that, just for the few seconds I left in there. I bet they are. I can't wait to find out. Oh yeah, you sent another one. Sorry. There was one before that link. Baldur's Gate 3, Maggie Robertson becoming a shapeshifting... Ooh. I like shapeshifting evil, voiced by female.
Footsteps, trapping on the murder lords.
We don't need the closed captions in Japanese.
Affectionately unhinged. You don't know when she's going to pop up. You don't know in what form she's going to be. She's incredibly tricksy and
Cool.
uses all of her wiles to get what she wants.
This character is awesome. Oh yeah, that's where I recognize her face. I've seen so many interviews with her about Lady D ever since Resident Evil that I've actually like remembering her face now. There's something about the elongated vibe of her face and her nose that I can always like recognize when I see her now.
Physical aspects that I really wanted to integrate with Orin was her relationship with her blades, her weapons.
Is she 6
She
feet?
has a very
I couldn't
intimate
even tell
relationship with them.
in the
They
camera
feel
footage.
real and personified to her.
She's got thighs. This character is
To be
dope.
considered even in the same realm, much less share scenes with J.K. Simmons and Jason Isaacs, who play General.
Oh, that dude's face actually does look like J.K.
was
Simmons.
such an honor, and it was so inspiring and exciting to see their.
I can't believe they got J.K.
Experience how our characters come together.
Sorry,
and the scenes we
Simmons.
share
I shouldn't
to
just say J.K. because people will think I'm talking about
unholy,
Rowling.
Evil triumvirate.
His crypt breath sings to my sinews again.
I want to play as this character.
Orin is a very disturbing figure in Baldur's Gate 3. She really takes the players on quite a journey, so I hope that they sit back and enjoy the ride and let me know all of their terrifying thoughts.
You know what? You know why I think I'm into her character so much? She gives me succubus. I'm getting succubus vibes. I know she probably isn't one. She seems to be like straight demon or whatever, but like any kind of medieval supernatural female character that kind of hits the succubus note, I get triggered a little bit. Oh my god, the comments are funny as. She shapeshifts, she can be anyone at any time apparently. See, that's also hot. Check out the top comment. Maggie is collecting Dommy Mommy rolls like Thanos is collecting Infinity Stones. It's not wrong. On the money with that one. Keep going, I say. I mean, she's 2 for 2 from what I've seen. No other clever, funny... It's mostly just people fawning over her in the comments. Sounds like she loves playing those kind of characters. Oh, wouldn't you? 100%. Playing kind of unhinged evil characters would be so much more fun a voice acting job than generic hero goody two-shoes characters, for sure. If I had to pick, if I was going to voice act something, I would want the unhinged antagonist role. Would be more entertaining, and you could do things with it. Like, you don't have to do like a version of a regular voice. You could actually kind of like turn up the screws a bit and do something like insidiously exaggerated, like cartoon up your voice a bit. You can just go for it, 150% it. Whereas all the main characters have to stay grounded and relatable, which is not as fun. This is an interesting comment. Though that triumphant of evil you just pointed out with those 3 voice actors, this person basically just pointed out that so Gortash is lawful evil, Ketheric is neutral evil, and Orin is chaotic evil. And then goes on to say, that's pretty cool if that's how they were conceptualized, but still cool if it wasn't intended. Like, I like that idea that you'd have a triumvirate of evil characters that literally form the rungs on the types of evil, what would you call it? The types of evil on the D&D morality chart. Like, to hit all three of those, that Triforce in a group of antagonists is a very cool idea. And the way you could play them off each other from those three morality standpoints. The chaotic one and the lawful one would always be kind of butting heads on outcomes. Like the outcomes of plans. Whereas the neutral, I guess, would be more of the in-between, like, diplomatic one between the two of them, who has to often take charge to, you know, balance the other two out. I'm just inventing my own game in my head right now, because that all sounds really cool to me. I don't know what I'm going to do for the next 27 days. Is that how long you have to wait until Baldur's Gate and, what was the other one you said? You mentioned 2 games in the same breath. What was the other game you mentioned? Was it Mortal Kombat? Yeah, it was Mortal Kombat. So basically, until those 2 games drop, you've got a bit of a gap there to fill. 27 days is a pretty decent gap. You could, depending on what you choose, you could play 1 or 2 bigger games in that time, or you could play like a larger handful of shorter indie stuff. Like, I could do lots with 27 days. I mean, I generally do. You've seen how I do my streams. I don't want to finish other games. What does that mean? Why would you not want to finish other games? The whole idea is that it'd be finished before Baldur's Gate or Mortal Kombat even appeared, so there wouldn't be an issue, right? If they're finished. Every 5 trophies, you like to have a big celebratory one. Oh, it's just a personal nitpicky way that you game thing. Well, fair enough, I guess. I mean, yeah, it sounds OCD. I mean, you don't need to adhere to it though. Like, 27 days is a long time. Like, just say fuck it and do whatever. There's options out there. Don't drive yourself too crazy for reasons that ultimately don't matter. Because I do that with some things sometimes, and I think, like, why do I even care about some of this stuff? I'm just tormenting myself with OCD habits. Not good. Most of the time. Blip. Oh, since I brought up that Delicious Dungeon anime, which is by Netflix, YouTube is suggesting me another Netflix anime that is actually something probably very worth watching. There's a teaser out for Castlevania Nocturne, The Rise of Richter Belmont. New series focusing on Richter Belmont's original story featuring vampires in the French Revolution. Ooh. Castlevania was a very good video game adaptation anime. I watched the whole thing, all 3 seasons, and it was top tier. It's not really torment in this case because you generally want to take a break from trophy grind. And BG3 is going to be quite the grind. That's why I was saying, like, maybe do a bunch of shorter, chill indie stuff. Because generally, like, even though a lot of people tend to play stuff like that to, like, get easy achievements and trophies, they're also, like, a lot of them are good games that are, like, low impact, low pressure. Like, you don't even really have to try. It's just, like, 4 to 5 hours of something interesting, and you also happen to come out the end with a platinum without even really having to put in any effort. Like, that is some good, what's the term? That's some good palate cleanser gaming. Like, I get to pick through a lot of those kinds of games on Game Pass, because Game Pass tends to collect big groupings of that kind of shit. and I love jumping between them. Because it's like, it's one night on stream of just one unique thing that's different and interesting, and then it's done, and I cry a bit at the story, and I get a big 1000G achievement thing at the end without having to even worry about it. And, you know, palate cleanse. Like having a nice little chocolate mint of your hotel pillow. Although you're not as big on indie stuff, but I get that depends on your definition of indie. Because technically Death's Door is indie, and you seem to like that. So I suppose it depends on the flavor. Probably continue Oracle of Ages and Seasons. And play Monster Hunter. Also just bigger ongoing things that you regularly come back to. Yeah, I guess as long as you've got enough of that stuff to keep you busy for 27 days. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be on after Hollow Knight, but I know I'm going to be on Hollow Knight for at least another week, minimum. Dicking around in that. Okay. Castlevania. Let's do it.
Little boy Belmont.
Wasn't that the redhead from the other
Your
series?
mother took someone from me I loved. I could kill you too. And I will. One day.
Damn. Oh, this is a... Wow, that's a good frame. This is a Kill Bill situation. The vampire's going to come back for Richter Belmont when he's older, when he can defend himself, so they can have a real fight to the death. Neat. You can binge Harley. HBO Max movies. Yeah, the new season of Harley came out, didn't it? I saw the trailer. Or a teaser, at least. Is the French Revolution
Richter Belmont,
after the events of the first
I know
series?
how
Or
much
before?
pain is in your soul.
I don't know where this stands in history.
How much sadness and loss. This so-called revolution. It's an abomination.
Wow.
But the days of this
Why are evil
abomination
vampire chick
will
characters
soon
always
be
so
over.
hot?
Before the moon is full, the vampire messiah will come. The devourer of light who will eat the sun.
Cool.
She
I don't know
won't
what's going
simply
on,
to
but it
crush
just
the
sounds
revolution.
cool.
She will want to drain it slowly of blood before she grinds its bones to dust.
There's a lot of powerful female evil characters in this. And they're going to have French accents too. It's in the Revolution. God damn, the trip's going off, man. That soundtrack. Succubus.
I pray for you, Richter Belmont.
Ooh. Chills. A good soundtrack and a trailer will give you chills. I got goosebumps. That was all class. How does it that animated Castlevania never misses? Not even once. If this turns out to be shit, I'm going to be so surprised. I'll eat my hat. I don't have a hat, but figuratively. Maria. Is that what the name of the redhead spellcaster in the first series was? I just can't remember her name. It looked like her at the start. Hang on, let me go back. Wait. Okay, no, I was wrong. It just happened so quickly. I saw a female character with shorter hair shooting fire, and I thought maybe it was her. I love when you move frame by frame, you can really see how many frames they get to skip in the drawings when it's moving at the speed that it does, these fights. I guess there was... Oh, Cypher. Cypher. I guess it was silly of me to just assume it was her, just because she was shooting fire, because she's not the only one that can do that. Like, any magician in this universe can shoot fire out of their fingers. The Black Lady is new. I just think, like, I think this spin-off series in particular looks like it's going to have a lot of cool female characters. Especially on the evil side. That's the main thing I got from the trailer anyway. I mean, I knew that was going to hit. Like, this is one of those franchises where when you are about to watch a trailer, you know you're about to see some fire. They just don't miss. Thanks, Castlevania. That was neat. Now it's recommending a whole lot of Netflix stuff to me. Is there another Monkey King movie or TV show coming? Netflix is trying to sell me on another Monkey King. Yep, Monkey King official trailer. Inspired by the epic Chinese tale. Epic action-packed family comedy that follows charismatic monkey and his magical fighting stick. Is this a series or a movie? Doesn't actually say. Alright.
In a time of ancient gods,
the trailer will probably tell us.
Demons,
it looks like Kung Fu
is
Panda.
The bravest, most epic, most spectacularific, amazing-derful. Wait a minute. Are you sure this is a word?
No, I wasn't expecting this
most
tone.
Spectacularific. You know what? I'm not saying that.
He's actually a monkey.
Oh, man. Fine. I'll do it myself. Name's Monkey King. This here
Wow,
is
this
Stick,
pretty
my trusty
strong
companion. This old
Kung
geezer
Fu
once
Panda
told me,
vibes to the art style.
belong here, outsider. And he was right. I don't belong
I was
here.
expecting
I
something more
belong with the
anime-esque when I
immortal
first clicked on
one.
this.
Never except you. I'll become
But they went-
legendary, and they'll have to
they went
accept me.
DreamWorks with
You'll
it.
have to defeat 100 demons to even get their attention. 100 demons coming up. Anyone need a hero? Please, the beast is outside.
I shall devour you.
Hey, Red Girl, leave these poor, unattractive people alone.
He's incredible.
He saved our town. Sort of.
Woo! Monkey King! I offer my skills as your humble assistant.
Even the tone of the storytelling and the humor
I just want to
has
do
a
big things
DreamWorks
someday,
vibe to it.
like you.
Fine. I said
They've
fine.
DreamWorkified Monkey
Try to
King.
keep up. That monkey! He's the mightiest, fiercest rebel.
With the best style.
What a guy! Oh, no. Any other comments? Not me.
Nope. I am the mighty Dragon King.
Suffer my wrath. Supposed to be lightning first. And there it is. I can beat
That was
thing.
very much a
Maybe
DreamWorks
defeating
voice acting
everyone
gag.
isn't the answer. Maybe it's helping other people.
I don't know how I feel about this.
The world needs
I'm a little confused.
Monkey King reigns supreme!
You are crazy!
And handsome. If you're gonna be critical, be fair. Monkey King.
I mean, it's a
really
thing.
catchy.
They had a vision and they went for it. So you can't blame them there, I guess. I don't know though. I feel like the style of the voice acting and the writing of their dialogue has got that DreamWorksy wisecracking modern feel to it. That is like at odds with the mystical Chinese mythology vibe stuff. I think that's what makes it DreamWorksy to me. It's a prequel to Hero is Back. The fuck is Hero is Back? I think I recall. Wait, what is it? Hang on. Just jog my memory real quick. Copy. Paste. Monkey King Hero is back. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think they're related, but I think they were just both doing the same thing. Kinda. Because this looks like a... Asylum knockoff, if that makes sense. Like, if the movie we just watched by Netflix was like the DreamWorks big budget movie that goes to the cinema, this movie's box art you just told me about looks like the Asylum knockoff that goes straight to DVD, hoping that grandmas will get this movie by accident for their kids instead of the real one. Like, this looks shitty. Oh no. I don't like the look. I don't like the design of Monkey at all. He looks like Matthew McConaughey turned into a werewolf. I can see why you thought that, though. But this definitely looks like the knockoff to the newer one, not the other way around. That's funny. There's a PS4 game of the movie. Did you play this on your PlayStation 4? Monkey King Hero is back by THQ Nordic. Where's the gameplay footage? Oh my god, there it is. It looks like Final Fantasy X. Like turn-based battles or something. Maybe? I could be wrong. Fuck it. Whatever, it looks like shit. Let's kill that. I think I should head off. Maybe I'll do one more. My Netflix related video. They're starting to actually suggest to me a bunch of related Netflix stuff, and they just brought up a new trailer for One Piece. I should probably check that out before I go, because I'm still on the fence about whether this looks like it's going to be good or absolutely terrible. I'm so confused by this live action One Piece thing.
Well, Fang,
I feel like with every trailer and everything I see of this,
I found everything this world has to offer.
I don't like it more or less, I just get more confused.
Free yourselves! Take to the seas! My treasure is yours to find.
Kind of like Usopp. He looks like I think Usopp should look.
So what do you say? Are you with me?
Oodie. Why would anyone want to be a pirate? It's just the best thing there is.
Oh wow, this is very accurate to the start of the
When
show.
you're back,
The pink love heart pirate ship with the lady that changes between
loyal
fat and
crew by
thin.
your side.
It's ready!
What is it?
Or Jolly Roger. We are.
The Straw Hat crew.
Oh
We're
no.
heading up to the Grand Line.
A treacherous stretch of ocean with bigger islands, bigger pirates.
And that's where we're gonna find the
I don't know if Nami seems like she's badass
We're
enough.
making enemies everywhere we go.
But then again, they all look too pretty. They all look too young and pretty. Whoa. Oh no.
Luffy, they are hunting you.
I saved your ass.
Well, I saved your ass.
Sanji is kind of cool.
You'll have to excuse that.
Bit of wire work though, like obvious wire work.
This crew, our crew, can handle anything.
I'll do you the kindness of killing you all together.
You're my
I
captain.
don't know, man.
From now until the end. I'm gonna kick your ass because no one messes with
Okay,
my
they are hitting
friends.
notes here from the first few seasons, but there's a lot going on. Whoa.
What's so special about you?
I'm more
Monkey D. Luffy.
That was good CG actually. The cheek pull.
And I'm gonna be king of the pirates.
I'm still
I
confused.
didn't know there were so many pirates. It's terrible. I know, right?
Oh my god, that kid looks
Where's my
exactly like the
face?
kid from the anime. I don't know if that's a good thing. The kid with the pink hair. He's almost too accurate that it looks weird. This is such a divisive thing in my brain. I don't know what to do with all this information. Like, the visual effect of him doing the pistol flurry was actually pretty cool looking. Because normally, human body stretchy CG looks like shit in live action. But when they make it cartoony, like when he's doing the rapid pistol thing, or when he's stretching his cheek, those actually looked pretty good. Like, I would argue better than what the Fantastic Four movies were able to achieve. So that's not bad. Sonny Chiba's son is that who that is? Oh, okay. I do have an issue with Sanji and Zoro specifically. I feel like their vibes are switched from the show. Sanji feels a bit older, grittier, and more badass, and Zoro feels younger and more pretty boy in the live action, which I feel like is flipped from the show. Like, Zoro should feel a bit older and grittier and badass, and Sanji should be more of a pretty boy. And I just feel like those two vibes have somehow been flipped between those characters. I definitely think Sanji comes out better in that flip, but there's something about Zoro that's just too K-pop pretty for a guy that's meant to be a grizzled like morose brooding swordsman. Like, he looks like someone you'd see in a Calvin Klein underwear ad. Which, if I had that feeling about Sanji, I wouldn't question it, because he's a well-dressed ladies' man pretty boy with blonde Leon S. Kennedy style hair. Like, if he gave pretty boy, you wouldn't question it, but he's got too much of the badass salt, and not enough was given to Zoro. Luffy is a big question mark for me, because Luffy's character in the anime doesn't really work in live action because he's obnoxious and goofy and ridiculous. And that character in live action, I feel, would be absurd and annoying and wouldn't make sense. So, however this dude is different from the anime is going to annoy people, but at the same time is probably necessary, because you can't do a one-for-one Luffy in live action. It would just not work. That character is ridiculous and doesn't make any sense for the most part. Look how pretty this Zoro looks. I don't know. I think Usopp looks great. I think Nami, there's something about Nami that's not working for me. Nami? Nami. Not sure whether to say it with a now or a na. I can't remember. It's been a while since I watched One Piece. She doesn't seem badass enough. What is it about Nami that doesn't feel right in this trailer? Hang on, let me flip cams real quick. Hey, thanks, Fresh Ginger. I just realized that you're follower number 200. You hit the big 2-0. Good job. There's no trophy for that. I just thought that was cute. Where is Nami? I need to see her. Meow. Oh, the clown whose body comes into pieces. That's going to be interesting. The VFX look fine for that too, I guess. This, you know what I think it is? Nami looks like just a regular chick. Like a regular modern chick. Like that you would see at the mall in America. In like Los Angeles or something. Ugh. I don't know, like, badass chick pirate is just not selling for me with just the look of her character or the actress they chose. Somewhere between those two factors. Even her posing there with the bow staff, I don't know, it seems cosplay-y. Maybe that's the problem with the whole of this One Piece live action. Maybe too much of it feels like cosplay and not like it's selling as real. I think Sanji and Usopp are the two that come off the best. Random thing, but it didn't really come here to vent. It didn't come here to vent about what? Or just in general? You played a visual novel game called Remnancy? Just woke up with half my face missing this morning, though. That is intense. I can't say I ever woke up with half my face missing. What do you expect? Well, I don't know. That's the thing with these kind of adaptations. You never know what to expect. It's usually a complete roll of the dice. But that's what I'm saying. Like, I think Sanji and Usopp look great. I think these three have got some issues. I don't think there's anything you can do about Luffy, but I think Nami and Zoro they could have done better. After Cowboy Bebop, I'm not surprised. Yeah, Cowboy Bebop had really good trailers. Like, I'm confused by One Piece's trailers, and I don't know whether to like them or dislike them. I'm just like so sent by these. But the Cowboy Bebop ones are actually legitimately good trailers. Like, I loved them. And then the show turned out to be largely hated or disliked by people. I never even ended up watching it. I hate the anime, so... Well, Cowboy Bebop. I think you're the first person I've ever met that says they hate Cowboy Bebop. I like Cowboy Bebop. I thought that was a good show. Remnancy is a good game, and it's on itch.io. I don't think I've heard of it. Not Cowboy Bebop, this. Oh, you meant One Piece. I mean, I've watched One Piece as well, and I liked it, but it's not for everybody. I'll give it that. See, I would be surprised if someone hated Cowboy Bebop, who is a person who likes anime, but I'm not surprised when people tell me they don't like One Piece, because even though I like One Piece, I get that it's like not for everybody. It's its own insane, unique thing. You prefer Samurai Champloo? Yeah, I had a box set of Samurai Champloo and I can't find it now, and I'm annoyed by that. I don't know what happened to that. That gives me the shits a little bit. To be honest, the fact that this confuses me so much and I don't know whether I love it or hate it makes me want to watch the show more. Just so I can figure that out. I do love the fact that the fat pirate in the pink ship is in this. She's pretty funny. Although I don't understand why she ever turns into the scary fat lady version of herself when she has the power to turn into a supermodel. Like, why wouldn't you just stay like that 24/7? I would. You have the series in storage? Oh, do you have like collections of games and anime and stuff just like stashed away somewhere? There's a shot here with Nami that gave me hope. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Not this one. She looks like a regular chick there. Okay, everyone's sword fighting. Wait for it to get intense. The guy with the swordfish nose shows up. This shot. This shot. If you've watched One Piece, you'll know that this is a pretty big moment in like the first seasons where she gives up on the pirates that she works for and like cuts the tattoo off her arm. And at her like worst moment, Luffy puts the straw hat on her and accepts her, and she starts crying, and then he goes to fight for her. Like, that's a pretty good emotional moment in One Piece. And this is like panel for panel. Even what she's doing with her hand over her mouth, trying not to cry, is exactly like what she does in the anime. The thing that worries me though is that a lot of these plot points are from like different points in the first couple of seasons, and it seems like they're cramming them all into this one short Netflix show. And I don't know how they're going to get through all this quickly. I feel like they're trying to do too much, and they might be rushing through it, and that's going to make the show worse. Do you accept video requests in the stream? Yeah, usually. I mean, I'm about to check out for the night, but what were you thinking? I don't mind watching one last thing. Hang on, let me just also look up what you're talking about real quick, because I'm curious what this is. I've played a couple of itch.io games in the past. Wait, is that it? Demo build. HoloLive psychological horror game. Oh, what? It's like a graphic novel. It's got anime chicks. Remnancy contains depictions of violence, murder, gore, heavy use of sensitive topics. Note, I'm not making a censored version of this game. Is this the one you were talking about, or have I got a different... I might have clicked on a totally different game with the same name. I don't think there's any others. Remnancy, Corone's Death Scene remade. Where'd Ubi go? It's all HoloLive. It's all the same thing, I think. This must be it. Is this supposed to be good? Is this something that's like viral right now? What the hell is this? There's some Umbrella Corporation type shit where they're doing psychological experiments on waifus. Marcus Mario, a 25-year-old senior male employee who worked at HoloLive. Jesus Christ, game. Under moderation and management department, has since then retired after only 4 years of working for the company. Ended up becoming a moderator for a VTuber agency after he criticized the company for bad conditions, underpayment, and attempted workplace harassment. This is trippy, man. I don't know what's going on. It's creeping me out a little bit. Is this Skype? So they're going for the full-on graphic novel psychological horror thing, right? One of those things where like there's more lore about the game than there is actual story in the game itself. The voice actors sound very young. Oh, that's the end of the trailer. Okay. It's a teaser. But it was from the actual itch.io page. I'm gonna bookmark that. I have a folder for this stuff. Games. I've got a lot of games bookmarked from itch.io cut pages like this. Just for future reference. I might come back to it. I wonder if it's against TOS to play a game that might be this intense on Twitch. Like, I wonder what Twitch's cutoff for like adult games is. And by adult, I mean like R rating, not hentai. Like, how intense can the violent themes be before it's considered like not appropriate for streaming? Never really understood where they draw the lines for things like that. You know what I mean? I think Fresh Ginger might have taken off already. Didn't answer my question about what he wanted to request. Or she. I didn't actually... Wait, what's the full name? Mix My Ashes with Fresh Ginger. Oh, ginger as in the fucking spice. I only read the last part of the name, so I thought it meant it was being used as in ginger as in hair color. I just read the fresh ginger part. Okay. Anyway. Since fresh ginger is probably cleared out and probably doesn't have anything extra, I guess I'll make that One Piece video the last one. Or the itch.io thing I just watched, I guess technically would be the last one. I might end up watching that One Piece trailer again off stream and just like trying to wrap my head around it. Because I'm enough of a fan of when I did watch One Piece back in the day that I just don't know what to do with what I'm seeing. I've never been so torn between not knowing if I should like or dislike things that I'm looking at. It's kind of surreal how stuck in the middle I am, and it's annoying me. I want to have a more definitive feeling about things, so I know what to go in, what kind of expectations to go in with. Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing that's concerning me right now is how much of that show they're trying to cram into just a few episodes. I think that's gonna be their undoing if that's what they're doing. Because I saw a couple of arcs in the footage of that took much longer in the anime to get through than just like, what is this show? How many episodes? Like 13, 12? Netflix One Piece episodes. Um, 10? Whoa, okay. Oh, that's confusing. I don't know. I don't understand. From the footage that we saw in that trailer, which is a couple of seasons, I don't know how they're putting that all into 10 episodes. That is pretty intense. This is going to be like a summary show. It's going to be fast-paced as all fuck. Which usually is a bad thing. Most shows die because of trying to rush through plot like that. Doesn't mean it will. It's just odds are against it right now. I've got my fingers crossed. I don't want anyone to fail. When it comes to art and movie making and TV shows and games and like any of that stuff, I'm not championing the failure of anybody. I would prefer it if people nail the stuff they're doing and we end up loving, the entertainment we're given, because why not always champion positivity? But it's just hard sometimes. So many things turn out to be a clusterfuck, especially nowadays. A lot of things are failing. A lot of attempts are turning out to be like poorly conceived visions that are just rushed onto screen. It's happening so much more frequently with the adaptions of things people already love from other mediums. So it's hard to be positive, but I'll cross my fingers for the One Piece team. We don't never know. There's good and bad things in that trailer. Okay. I'm going to take off. Good night to whoever's left. Genie, you're probably still drifting around in there somewhere like a poltergeist. I'll see you around. Probably back tomorrow for Hollow Knight and whatever is next in store for my pain and suffering. Also, good morning. That's still relevant for me as well because it's 2 a.m. So yes, good morning. True. See you later.